1 2 1 2. Hey, that sounds pretty good. Wow, not gonna lie, that's actually really cool. So then if I turn this up, wow, that's really cool. But I need that to come out, and there. Whoa.
Last year I thought about how things can come around just like that if everyone is here to celebrate one day. We'll put our differences aside and just enjoy this moment of peace and love and happiness. We come together to celebrate.
We come together to celebrate. Woo! Alright, I think this is working. I should really have plugged my headphones into my mic instead of into the computer, because the latency of the mic going into Windows is about a millisecond, and you can notice it. So hopefully my levels are good here. I'm gonna double check one more time, but you're gonna hear a little bit of a weirdness in my voice as I speak. 1 2 1 2. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna say that's good. Hello everybody, and welcome to if you celebrated Christmas Eve, but more importantly the holiday hangout, because December is filled with holiday fun. Hope you enjoyed that little intro there. I really wish someday I could run a TV show, make an intro for a TV show. I love doing those crazy little wacky things. They're so much fun. Hope you enjoyed that. But happy holidays, everybody, and welcome to the Holiday Hangout. We got a super, super amazing stream for you today. Some fun things to look forward to. We're going to play some Humongous Entertainment games. We're going to be loading up Minecraft for a little bit. And to end out the stream, we're going to talk to an amazing person. His name is in the title here, but I'm going to keep it a secret until we get closer to it. Even though, again, it is in the title of the YouTube stream. But shh. And actually, you know what? I'm just going to say his name. We're going to be talking with Brad Taylor a little bit later on today. And believe it or not, a little bit earlier, he was in the chat. He said, he replied to something I said. I said, it's currently cold and icy. And then I see him pop up. He's like, nice and sunny here. Well, we can't all have sun. Though I thought that was really super funny. It is really, really cold and icy here where I live. A bit of a snowstorm last night, nothing too crazy, but the reason I say bit of a snowstorm was because it got down into the -3s last night. So even though it wasn't constantly snowing, because it was in the negatives, it was icy and the snow did not melt. So the roads, not too nice today. Thankfully had nowhere to go, not meeting the family till a little bit later. So, yeah. Well, anyways, let's go ahead and just jump into the very first thing. Well, okay, I haven't decided yet if I want to do Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise or Spy Fox Dry Cereal as the first game. And I think we're going to do Fatty Bear's Birthday Surprise first, because I can't remember if I did Spy Fox in a stream. So hopefully if I get some people who've watched before, tell me if I did Spy Fox already, because if I did, I'll switch it out for another game. Hello? um. Well, that was interesting. I wonder if I'm still live. Yeah, I think I am. Hi. I think I'm back. Let me check. Yeah, sounds like I am. Can you hear me out there? Wow, I can hear my keyboard really loud. My gain is up on my microphone. Nope. Turn that down. Hey, turn that down a little bit more. Hey, is it actually going down? Hey, because that's going up. And that's going to take it back down. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, okay, I got confirmation it's back. Perfect. Awesome. Thank you for that. And I can still hear my keyboard and my desk. Jeez. All right, Blue Yeti. Can I turn you down a little bit? Maybe we can do this. Hey, perfect. Wow. OBS did OBS did not like that audio change whatsoever. But we seem to be okay. That's not connected anymore. Okay. Well, solved one issue. Created another. I need to check out why my hard drive shut off. I have a whole set of hard drives with humongous games on it. In the meantime, I'm going to get a copyright flag for that. In the meantime, enjoy some Freddy Fish background music. You still can't hear it. Now you should be able to.
Did you know that warm
Oh, I think you can.
water floats on top of cold water, but ice floats on top of warm water?
Okay, yeah, you can hear it now. Cool. Okay, so enjoy this Freddy Fish music while I try to figure out what happened to my hard drive, my NAS, why it shut off. Give me 1 second, I'm sorry.
Fill your tank. Save the zoo. Get in step.
It wouldn't be a Rocky Start without something happening. I mean, last year I had it. I had everybody just waiting on the starting soon screen.
Good night,
But
Caleb.
yeah.
Good night,
okay,
Dad.
that actually just went to sleep, which is good.
Tomorrow's my birthday, and Mom and Dad did have a big surprise for me. Good night, Fatty Bear. You be good.
Okay,
Fatty Bear.
so let's pick up from where we left off. So you should be able to hear the game now. I'm back. That's running. Thank you, everybody, for letting me know if we're live. And we should be able to hear Scum VM now, too, which is good. That was just a whole mess. I started up Voice Meter and OBS freaked out, and then a bunch of the plugins that I use for noise cancellating freaked out as well. and then when I tried starting it up, when my computer restarted, Scum VM was freaking out a little bit too. I don't think it was used to that audio output, but everything seems to be okay now. Let's play some Fatty Bear, okay? Because we got a packed show today. And, yeah. So, we gotta go downstairs and find out what's going on. Pop out chat so I can see that here. And I'm gonna put that on my secondary monitor. Well, my third monitor. I'm using my second one right now for this. I'm gonna break something else, I bet. Oh no. Do 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 do. Boo do 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 do. That way I can monitor chat and it won't be obstructing my view there. All right, cool. Let's actually play some games now, shall we? All right. I don't believe we have to do anything until we get downstairs. So let's pop on downstairs down here. So, how's everyone doing today? We got a good amount of people for the start of the stream. Usually, everybody comes in a little halfway through whenever we start playing Minecraft, which is interesting, because that's when everybody tunes out. Everyone's here for the Humongous
This looks
Entertainment
like
games.
the place to
and I
bake
get it.
Kayla's birthday cake.
So am I. But how's everyone doing today? We having fun? It's Christmas Eve.
Hi, Fatty Bear.
And if you don't celebrate Christmas,
I'm here to
happy
help with
December
the cake.
24th. It is a
Thank you, Matilda
beautiful...
Rabbit.
Not really. It's not a beautiful day today. But I'm going to say it is a beautiful day. Like I said early on, it's icy and snowy out, which is no good. No
I
good
wonder
at
what's
all.
in Kayla's present.
Icy and snowy. No good. Icy and snowy. It's icy and snowy outside.
Goodness
The
gracious.
current
There goes
temperature,
Kayla's
I
birthday present.
believe,
Oh no,
is
look what she's done to the
16
ribbon.
degrees. 16
I
degrees
dare say that
Fahrenheit.
puppy is a scamp.
I guess I better go find the puppy. I hope I can find a new ribbon to put on the puppy's box.
Oh,
Good
I'm sure
thinking,
we'll be able
Fatty Bear.
to. Yes. I'm sure we'll be able to, though. I wonder why the camera went over that way. Okay. Let's go ahead and start making the...
Yummy cheese. You never know when I might need this.
Oh, for the
Yuck.
mouse.
Leftover one stick. It's a...
I was
I
about to
need
say, what do we
eggs.
need cheese for? But for the mouse.
I should...
Yes, let's put it on the counter. Thank you, Fatty Bear. Is it in... Nope, that's the mop. Super cool, though.
Nothing in there?
Are there stuff in
Nothing.
there? I don't think there are
Nothing
things in
in-
those drawers.
Nothing.
Yesterday I
I'm mixing this. Will.
Caleb
can make
playing
this-
with something. We'll be able
I
to
do believe
find
I should-
that. Mhm.
Nothing in there?
Nothing in there. All
Vanilla.
up here,
Baking-
baking powder, no honey.
I'll
I don't
step
think
for
the
it.
cake needs honey. Oh, here comes the dog taking the chocolate
Hey,
chips.
you can't take my chocolate chips.
This is a cool
You
cutscene.
come back here.
The animation looks like it's sped up too. That's
oh,
cool.
my poor bare bottom.
Oh, hey J2XP, how
oh,
you doing?
gracious. Uh-oh.
Oh, my bare bottom.
You left the chocolate chips in the attic. Oh, my. Now, how can I get in there?
Well, luckily Oh, the cheese. I was about to say, luckily I picked up the key. No, I picked up the cheese.
Thank you, Mousy. Oh, wonderful. The key to the attic.
Alright. We got the key. Ooh, sorry, didn't mean to hit you there. It's interesting how some of these puzzles work. So, say if you got the puppy in the box already, the chocolate chips may have
I'll
never
definitely
ended up
need
in the
chocolate
attic,
chips for a
which
chocolatey
is
chip cake.
very interesting to see how the puzzles work in Fatty Bear. It's such a fun game.
Look at me. Maybe I better put these things back.
Yeah. I wonder what it would have been like if Fatty Bear could wear those costumes throughout the house. I mean, technically it could have been possible, right? On Fatty Bear's main costume. But then again, there were special animations made, so they'd have to draw it for every single one. I don't think that would have been ideal. Technically, I think technically it could have been done. That would have been cool though. Oh wait, the puppy already took the letters. Okay. That would have been cool though, to dress up Fatty Bear and play around the game.
I found
Like
the
that?
letter B.
There's a lot of games doing that these days. Fatty Bear has a strangely open-ended design to its puzzles. Yeah, which is really, really cool. You could play it at your own pace. Not really at your own pace. I mean, any adventure game you can play at your own pace. You can play it
It's the measuring spoons.
essentially with your own story. Like you said, it's an open-ended design, which is super duper cool. Let's see if we can get the putt-putt cutscene here. Let me
A
grab my tea.
telescope. Well, if it isn't my little friend Putt-Putt.
Putt-putt. Wait a second. Was I on mute this whole time? I don't know why my mute button didn't work. Interesting. So, do any of you go to Starbucks? And if you do,
I wonder what
have you
Putt-Putt's
tried
doing on the moon.
the medicine ball from Starbucks. Super great drink. Absolutely fantastic. Oh. You want to play a little bit bowling? I love bowling games. I don't know why, but I just really do. Correct me if I'm wrong, this is the only Humongous Entertainment game with bowling in it, right? Ooh. I'm looking at the Scum VM,
Boy, is this ball heavy.
the Scum VM console log, and that's actually really cool. Seeing how the pins did that.
Boy, is this
That's really
ball
cool.
heavy.
Whoa. That is really cool, actually. Huh. I like seeing these numbers So, oh, that's just really cool. I'm watching the numbers get spit out on the debug console. That's actually kind of cool. Oh, you can play bowling in Spy Fox 3. Huh. Well, how about that, eh? Another humongous game with bowling
You
in
stop
it.
that.
Aw, now we gotta give the puppy a bath.
Look what the puppy's done to the garden. You're
Darn
so
it.
dirty from digging in that garden. Now I'm going to have to give that puppy a bath.
It's not as interactive, though. Really? Interesting. I would have imagined it was.
I do believe there
being
are
a
some
later
things in my
game.
pocket I need for the cake. I should leave them on the counter.
Fatty Bear, I was just upstairs. The puppy's run off
Oh,
with the letters
no.
for the happy birthday sign.
Well,
Oh,
ain't that
gracious.
crazy? I got the letter
I think
B
Gretchen might
in
need
my
your
inventory.
help up in Kayla's room.
How about that, huh? Okay, well, let's head upstairs, shall we? Where'd my mouse go? Mouse, come back. Thank you. Let's head upstairs. Actually, let's see if there is a letter hidden in the fish tank. Oh. Freddy Fish? Freddy Fish? Freddy Fish? Freddy Fish? Is there a letter hidden in the couch? Sometimes there's one in the couch, ain't there? I could have sworn there was. That's okay. Not as interactive, though, as this one. I do find that very interesting, huh?
I hope I can find a new ribbon to put on the puppy's box. That's the grown-up's room. I'd better be quiet.
You better be quiet.
I need to find a new ribbon for Kayla's present. I wonder if I can find one in here.
Well,
Goodness,
would
it's
you
dark in
believe it?
here.
You can, actually. Okay, well, thank you. Good to hear both were working. It's just really weird because when I press my mic button, my Yeti's was flashing that it was muted, but in OBS I still saw the audio, so I thought maybe I was muted.
I found the letter A.
Happy birthday.
Goodness,
Oh,
it's dark in
why
here.
did I just do that? Alright, let's hop up here.
Hip, hop, hoop. Watch out for the pouncing bear. Now I can reach the ribbons.
So did Fatty Bear know that there were ribbons up here? Even though when we were just outside,
It
he
says
said he
bows
hopes that
and
there
ribbons. This is exactly what I need.
were. Fatty Bear.
That's the perfect
doing
ribbon
here?
for the puppy's box.
So we can go that way, or we can go that way. I think it's gonna do the exact same thing, though. See, that was another cool thing that the classic games did. They had the moving screens, which is very interesting that they disappeared for a little bit and then they came back.
That puppy needs a bath. I wonder how I can get her into the tub.
Like this. It's very
Fetch.
interesting to see that they had the moving screens and then... Oh. Y'all saw that, right? Scum Yum. Y'all saw that, right? Hold on. How far? I want to see that replay. Did the puppy not run into that? Oh, okay. Interesting.
Now we need some water.
That was the case. Smooth scrolling screen indeed.
I need some soap.
That's something else Scum VM is doing. So, in older versions of Scum VM, it actually matched what the game was actually doing when
We
you
need
ran
more
it through
water.
Windows, where it would, you know, be like 10 frames a second. So it's interesting that they introduced
I should
that
dry her off
smooth
now.
scrolling. It looks nice, but also kind of out of place, which is weird. But smooth scrolling indeed.
There, you're all clean now. No more digging in the garden, okay?
Yes. I know if it was me, I'd be confused by a magically teleporting dog. Gotta love Scum VM quirks.
I should put the puppy in her box before I tie on the ribbon.
But I love that too. I love that too, Brad. How Fatty Bears isn't phased
Good
by
girl.
anything.
I'll bet this ribbon would keep the puppy in the box.
Yes, it will. I much prefer the green bow, but that's just because I like the color green. I mean, in all honesty, other than the icy and snowy conditions, or yeah, icy and snowy, it actually is really nice today. I didn't think it was gonna be a white Christmas. I don't think this stuff is gonna be melted by tomorrow. But in the case that it's not, I mean, that's really nice because we haven't had a white Christmas in a while. Also, if you guys see any letters, please tell me. Because I feel like I'm missing some. Oh, there's some fun click points in here too. Why did he walk forward for that? Okie dokie. Fatty Bear's click points has some amazing click points, actually. Love the click points in Fatty Bear. Yeah, Starbucks medicine ball.
Fatty Bear!
Super
a
good drink.
terrible thing has happened.
It's
The
really good
puppies run
for
off with
throat.
3 of the letters for
when
the
you're
happy
not,
birthday
feeling well.
sign. I
get
can't
sick
spell
way
happy
too
birthday
easily.
without them.
Comment.
Guess
comment
what?
In the, leave a
Gretchen,
comment if
I
you
have some
get sick
letters for the
easily,
happy
too.
birthday sign.
Oh, thank you. Would you please put the letters on the bulletin board for me?
Sure I will, Gretchen.
Oh, thank you. Oh, and Fatty Bear, I've got a lot of
Mhm.
decorating to do. Could you also blow up 5 balloons for me, please?
Sure
They're
can.
right there on the toy shelf.
I'll do it, Gretchen.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that was just all the letters. Okay. Oh, no. I should learn how to spell birthday. We're missing a T. 1,
That's 1 balloon.
2,
That's 2.
3,
That's 3 balloons.
4.
That's 4 balloons, Fatty Bear.
Oh.
That's 4 balloons, Fatty Bear. 1 more to go.
Come on, alternating colors. Oh.
That's all 5 balloons, Fatty Bear. Great job, Fatty Bear.
I think we'll leave the red. We'll leave the red. It's fine. Okay, so we need to find the letter T. And I guess since this room is open now, can't a letter hide in here? I feel like could be one up here. We still got a few more rooms to check out, though. So we're missing the letter T. And
I wonder
still
where
need
this
to
goes.
make the birthday
Here
cake.
goes nothing. Look out below.
Hey, garage door
I
opener.
found the garage door opener.
Nice.
Now I can get in the garage.
Oh. This ain't Pajama Sam 2. For some reason, I thought that was the elevator because I knew that there was the vacuum back there. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, I was about to say that I click on the puppy's box. I don't know what would have happened. Okay, so we're missing the thing in the garage. Sugar? Oh wait, hold on. They didn't fix that. Okay. I was just curious.
Now I can get in the garage.
Scummy M's got some quirky quirks. Alright, let's go ahead and get the sugar here. Fatty Bear is such an amazing game.
That's the sugar I need for the birthday cake. I can use this to get the sugar.
The world was designed so well. The character of Fatty Bear is fantastic. It is a bummer that he did only get one adventure game. I feel like they could have done so much more with him.
I do believe there's something in my pocket I need for the cake. I should leave it on the counter.
Been done with Fatty Bear and Pajama Sam. Because if you think about it,
I need 3/4 of a cup
an
of
adventure
sugar.
game for
Here we
Fatty Bear
go.
about Kayla's first day of school, that could be pretty interesting. Instead of
I need 1.5 cups of flour.
instead of the game ending with Kayla going to school,
I need 1/2 cup of
the
milk.
game would
I
end
hope I don't spill it.
around, actually being in school, kind of like a Spy
Oh,
Fox
am
adventure,
I careful?
where the game can kind of end once you like if we look back at the first game, Dry Cereal.
Vanilla
You look
smells
back
good.
at William the Kid. The game kind of ends there if you let him flee, or you can actually go after him and
I
chase
am
him
mixing
down.
a birthday cake,
So that
a
could be an
birthday cake, a
interesting,
birthday
Fatty
cake.
Bear
It
game.
is one I soon will bake for Kayla's
You,
birthday party.
it'd be very similar to
It's time
very
for
similar
baking
to this.
powder.
but instead of the game ending
Now the cake,
with
yummy.
getting Kayla
1
ready for
cup
school,
mini
you
chocolate
actually
chips.
go to school with Kayla,
Okay, eggs,
which could be
do your
pretty
stuff.
fun. I love the way Fatty Bear looks.
Bullseye! It's the measuring. There's the
Beautiful.
measuring cup.
Beautiful game.
I am mixing a birthday cake, a birthday cake, a birthday cake. It is one I soon will bake for Kayla's birthday party. I'm all done making the batter. Now I need to bake it.
I'll put the cake in the oven for you, Fatty.
Thank you.
The cake is done.
It smells
Magic of the
wonderful.
escape button.
Now you can decorate it.
Decorating will be fun.
Fatty Bear. Fatty Bear. Fatty Bear. And Fatty Bear. And green, yellow, purple, and blue. Looks pretty good.
Here it is, a chocolatey chip birthday cake.
That's lovely.
Yes, it
you
is.
are an excellent cake baker, Fatty Bear. I'll carry the cake up to the bedroom for you, Fatty Bear.
Thank you very much, Matilda Rabbit.
Matilda Rabbit's so nice.
We should do this every night, Fatty Bear. This is fun. You
Yes.
can make another cake if you want to. The
Aw,
ingredients are
no,
on the
thank you.
counter.
So, does that mean, did we finish the game? Is there anything else we can do before we hop upstairs? Involve decorating a cake. It's quite a lot, actually. I like decorating cakes in Pep's birthday surprise. Decorating a cake and Pep's birthday surprise is actually a lot of fun. Does the oops button do anything? Does this do anything?
Maybe we
Erase.
should keep this song.
Hold on, what? Oh. Huh. Well, now I just feel dumb. Let's leave that alone. Okay, we're just gonna go upstairs. Is it embarrassing that I didn't know that's how the buttons worked?
Don't forget to find the rest of the letters for the happy birthday
Oh.
sign.
You can count on me,
we
Gretchen.
are missing a letter. We're missing the letter T. All right, friends. Now, can you help me find the letter T? It looks like, the letter T. Yeah. You know, I haven't seen it. Do any of you see the letter T? Like, genuine question. Could it be up here?
Hip, hop, hoop.
Let's find out. No, I didn't think so. The letter T. I haven't found the letter T yet. We still got a lot of stuff to do today. We gotta find that letter T. Oh boy. Would anyone be opposed with me putting this into fast mode so that we can find the letter T? Who knew the letter T would be the end of me? Nothing over there. Do they? I thought
I need
the
a remote
letters-
control to open the garage.
thought it was-
Now I can get in
I
the
thought
garage.
it was they could. Oh, I really thought that was the letter T. I thought it was they had the opportunity to well, I mean, yes, be in the same room, but spawn differently. I'm gonna just quickly put this into fast mode here so we can find the letter T. Letter T, iced tea, Mr. T. Mr. Ice, letter T. Where
That's the
art
hole the
thou?
puppy made.
Nice. Where's the letter T at? Can it be in here? Oh my lord. Okay.
I found the letter. This is for Gretchen's happy birthday sign.
You know, I'm pretty sure I've seen the letter T in there before. It just would have been the last place to look, in all honesty. I mean, how does a puppy open the fridge? I mean, I could believe Pep opening up a fridge.
That's a better balancing act than I've seen in the circus.
Gretchen, I have a letter for the happy birthday sign.
Oh, thank you. Would you please put the letters on the bulletin board for me?
Sure I will, Gretchen.
Yeah, I could see Pep doing it. Alright, letter T.
Hooray, hurrah! I
Hooray,
spelled
hurrah.
happy birthday. Phew, all done.
Nice.
Now everything is ready for Kayla's party.
Fatty, you have done a wonderful
Wow.
job. I'm so excited. I hope Kayla wakes up soon.
I'm so worried and I'm feeling quite sick. Fatty Bear,
letters
get to bed
hidden.
quick.
Place 3. Cool. Thank you for that, Scumbium. Happy birthday, Kayla.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh my goodness, what a surprise. Everything looks beautiful.
Happy birthday, Kayla. We have a surprise for
you
you.
lost a little bit of detail there, Kayla.
Oh, a puppy. This is the best birthday I ever had.
Aww.
Thank you, Fatty Bear. Oh, thank you, everybody.
Aww, so sweet. Happy birthday, Kayla. Ooh, let's watch some credits. Let's click on some carrots, too. Ooh. Oh, that was a lot of testers. Hey, Brad Taylor! He's here watching the stream today, and he's actually going to be part of the TALKIE.File later on at the end of the stream here, which is going to be super cool. So definitely stick around for that. We'll be talking a lot about Scum and Sputum itself. It's going to be super, super awesome. Did he only compose this and Parade? You know, that's a great question. Brad, would you happen to know about that? Who Tom McCall, or McMail was? I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name properly. Would you happen to know who that was and why he only did compose this in Parade? I thought he had one more credit, but maybe not. Oh, Fatty Bear and Putt-putt. Why does Putt-putt look so weird here? Oh, you know why? It's probably because there wasn't a big enough version. Interesting. Because this Putt-putt looks like there's a lot more detail. Excuse me. It might have just been that there wasn't enough, wasn't a big enough version. Bye. Okay, well, that was the credits. Let's pop into Spy Fox and Dry Cereal. Hopefully I haven't played this on the streams before, but we're gonna pop into Spy Fox and Dry Cereal. So essentially, the story is, all the dairy has been stolen. And it's up to us to get dairy back so that we don't have
Maybe one of my
dry
special
cereal.
spy gadgets will help me. I wonder which one I should pick.
Watch me pick the anvil. Okay, fair enough.
If you thought that was impressive, you should have seen the one that got away.
Hopefully I didn't play this on a stream. I do have Freddy Fish 1 too, but I feel like I played that last year.
555-555-1394.
Did he say 555 3 times?
Hello,
Or,
Spycore
6
Mobile Command
times?
Center.
Penny, I've got your number. Now that's a person-to-person phone call.
Glad you could drop in, Spy Fox.
Hello, monkey.
That's
Monkey?
Monkey Penny. So what do you think of Skycorp's new Greek Island Mobile Command Center?
Impressive. Disguising it as a half-buried boat in the middle of the town square was a stroke of genius. Nobody would ever notice that.
That was Professor Quack's idea.
Where is Quack?
Is
Oh,
smart.
he'll be here soon to refill the spy gadget vending machine. In the meantime, he sent a couple of things ahead for your mission.
Good, because a spy without a gadget is like a shopping cart without a broken wheel.
How apt. Now pay attention. This is Greek money. It's called drachmas. You may need to buy a few things around here on the island. And
Wait
this
for it.
is a
A
Wait for it.
toothbrush.
Wait
and
for
I
it.
sure could use one after that airplane meal.
Don't put that in your mouth. It's not a regular toothbrush.
Okay. One of my favorite cutscenes of this game. All right. So our mission now is to hop up onto the.
My spy watch is beeping. Spy Fox to Mobile Command Center.
No, thank you. We gotta hop over here, and we got to
Here's where I keep...
burn down a perfectly good hole of Mr. Fox here.
The parrot. Maybe that lever will help me get Mr. Utterly's rump roast down from there. Hang in there, Mr. Utterly. I think I've almost got this thing figured out. Cow wrangling wasn't covered in my spy manual. That makes the...
So, it looks like, don't remember, many great music people in and out. Okay. Very, very interesting. I am curious to see who he was too. But okay. I love that sound effect so much. I posted about this a while back. But in this game, holding shift plus the corner key takes you to
Fox.
Oh,
Spy
yeah.
Fox. Routine rescue, really? Now I need to get you to our mobile command center for a debriefing.
Good. I need to change my pants. You've got to stop him, mister.
Yes, indeed. Hold shift plus. Let's do that here. Woo! Oh. Oh. Cool. Anyways, back to the music, people. Yes, that. Indeed, I will agree to that. Many multiple talented music people, though. Super great music. Personally, my two favorite soundtracks are Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo and Putt-Putt Enters the Race. Both of them have absolutely banger soundtracks. And then, surprisingly, I very much like the one musical number in Joins the Circus. There's one musical number that I really, really enjoyed in that game. I wonder if... there's a fun little key combination in Putt-Putt Travels Through Time.
What could anyone possibly...
That, well...
So, what's a jar of trinkets
Hold
going
on, I
for
actually
these
want to hear
days?
what this says. I don't know this
Normally,
storyline
sir,
too well.
They're 20 drachmas, but for you, how about 50?
Sounds good to me. I'll take it.
There you go, sir.
Why, thank you.
There's a fun... Do these do anything? So I know we need to get something copied off him. There's a fun key command in Putt-Putt Travels Through Time that does something really, really cool, and it actually works in the demo too.
I can't bear to pass up a...
I actually don't need that yet. I'm gonna let, maybe you can figure it out. Sorry, I'm reading something. Where was I going with that?
That's...
Do I have a speech
Here's
bubble?
where my notes go.
Now do I have a speech bubble? Yes, I do. There's a fun key command in Putt-Putt Traveler's Time. Oh, no. No. Considering I said that it works in the demo, too, should answer that. That should answer that for you, that it works in the demo there. It's a fun little key combination.
I noticed that there was a party going on down on that big ship at the dock.
In
but
Sputum.
I understand you can only go if you were invited.
That is true.
If
In
I
fact,
tried
I
it
am
or
going
not.
as soon as I get off work.
Oh, so you got an invitation.
I certainly did. It is really a fancy schmancy one, too.
But
Would you like to look
it's
at
an
it?
interesting
Why,
key
yes.
combination.
I would love to look at
that
it.
I'm shocked was only in Putt-Putt Trouser Time. I would imagine it was in other Putt-Putt games to test this certain feature. I'm not going to spoil what it is because I thought it was pretty cool when I found it, and I'm going to leave it
I
out there for
simply
someone
must
else
have
to
that
find.
teddy bear.
Oh, all right. It sure has been a bull market for bears recently. Ah! 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 Oh, forget it. You're doing this to me on purpose, aren't you?
Spy Fox has some cool music. Absolutely, yes he does. Which Spy Fox soundtrack was released on Bandcamp? Was it Spy Fox 1? I don't think it was. Was it? I should know that. Bum ba-dum bum bum. Bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. Bum ba-dum bum 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 bum. Okay. So, let's see if I can remember how to play this game.
Hi, honey. Welcome to the cantina. I'm Bee Bear. If there's anything I can get you, sugar, like, for example, sugar, you just let me know, all right?
Thanks, Bee.
Oh, please stop.
Really? That was a great sound effect. You know, I think I know where we need to go. We need to go up here now, and we need to learn a
Not
little
you
bit more
again!
about the...
How many
about the
times
friends
do I
on
have
the
to
boat.
tell you? This is a private party, and without an invitation, you are not allowed to go on board. Sheesh! The nerve of some people. You'd think they would. Yay! Let me see that. Signed, Russian Blue.
Russian Blue.
Oh, sir, we are ever so honored to have you on board with us today. Please, feel free to come and go as you wish.
Why, thank you. How gracious of you.
What a weasel.
I trust you will have an enjoyable visit. And if there is any way in which I can kiss up some more, sir, I trust you will let me know. But of course.
But of course. Indeed.
So, this is the deck party. Before I join the festivities, I should let Monkey Penny know I'm here. Spy Fox to Mobile Command Center.
Please stand by.
Hi, Spy Fox. How's the mission progressing?
I just made it onto the SS Deadweight. I'm going to take a look around.
Good. Keep your eyes peeled for clues as to where William the Kid's secret fortress is.
If Kid's Fortress is so secret, how come we know about it?
We're spies, Spy Fox. It's our job to know.
Fair.
And we are good at our job.
Yeah, we are.
Spy Fox out.
Okay, so... Let's just talk to Russian Blue
Hello.
here, because I know
You
what
must
we
be
need to do. But,
Russian Blue, noted socialite and attractive owner of the SS Deadweight.
The name's Fox. Spy Fox.
I love how
What
Spy
sort of
Fox
business
just
are you in, if I may ask?
says he's a spy,
you
like
nosy
it's no big
foxy.
deal.
As if I'd reveal
It's
my
hilarious.
business secrets to you.
Secrets, eh? You're very elusive, Ms. Blue.
Of course I'm elusive. I'm a shrewd business feline. Let's just say my business is international trade.
Okay, but you've stirred my curiosity. What sort of cargo does the SS Deadweight carry?
That's for me to know, Mr. Fox. As you can see, the SS Deadweight is a luxury liner. Let me luxuriate in peace.
I understand. I can gather information about
Starbucks
Russian
medicine
Blue
ball.
with this.
Fantastic drink. Oh. I hate this puzzle. I don't know how to do it. Okay, let's go get the music first.
Here's a number that goes out.
Oh wait, no. I need to grab a copy of this. Oh, is it gonna let me do it, or?
Pardon me, do you have the time?
Certainly, sir. It's a 1, 2, 3, a 1, 2, 3, a 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
I wonder what...
I don't think that's right.
If this clock keeps striking like this,
Might as well put that in my inventory right now.
Mind if I join you, Ms. Blue? The Mediterranean looks especially in...
As always, it's nice that you enjoy the decadence of the SS Deadweight as much as I do, Spy Fox. I should introduce you to my personal masseuse.
So, I know we need the music, but...
Pardon me, I'm looking for the restroom.
This is the bridge. The head's down below. Actually, I need to go pretty bad, too. But of course, I'm not allowed to leave my post. The shift's over at 4 bells and a hiccup. Then my replacement shows up.
Oh, well, hang on tight. I'm sure your relief will come soon, one way or another. I can gather information about the sailor watchman on the SS Deadweight with this.
Do I need the music in this path?
What's with that sailor on the bridge? Why is he so serious about guarding the SS Deadweight?
He's a strange lad, all right. He only seems to care about making it to happy hour on time. He makes me nervous.
Why is that?
I thought he was going to bite my head off once when I tried to look at the maps on the bridge. It's top secret stuff, you know.
Do I need...
So, Captain, do you think you could take me out for a little boat ride?
I'd love to, but there's just one problem. I can't go anywhere without my lucky charm.
Your lucky charm?
Aye, matey. Because that there is the sea, the final frontier. And my voyages on the SS Winterprise. On a 25-year mission to seek out new sea life and new civilizations, I boldly went where no raccoon has gone before. But without my lucky charm, it would be way too risky. I can't chance it.
I can gather information about Captain Drydock and his lucky charm with this.
Okay. I mean, that doesn't... Okay. Do I not need the waltz? Or the... Okay, well... Happy hour is 12 to 2, so... Let's try to get this set up first.
I'd hate to see the wristwatch version of this thing.
That's not it.
What is this? A sound effects convention?
Does it need to be the time? I swear I tried the time before and it... Well, not during this, but
I haven't heard so many interesting... So, do you have any?
No, they don't let us wear, at least not until retirement.
forgot what he said it was supposed to be. So...
Tell me about Russian Blue, Maestro.
She throws a party like none other, but it's strange when she rushes everyone off the ship so quickly.
What do you mean?
I never ask questions. I have a feeling she takes the SS Deadweight out to sea during the night.
I see. Thank you, sir.
That doesn't help.
Place your trinkets on the table and we'll get started.
Okay, so...
Place your trinkets on the table and we'll get started.
All right, here.
I'll play with this one.
No, I did that wrong.
Now I can talk to Mr. Big Pig about some of the folks I've met on the island. What do you know about Captain Drydock and his missing Lucky Charm?
Sap lost it in a particularly tense game of Go Fish.
Oh, really? So this is the Lucky Charm, then?
Yes, and I won't give it up easily. And you know that Go Fish is my game.
Like they say, his shift ends at a certain minute after the start of happy hour.
That's a charming little charm.
What? Merely a worthless...
Got any... What a fun game this is.
The puzzle is strangely involved. Like they say, his shift ends at a certain number minutes after the start of happy hour.
Your turn.
Got any sevens?
So, I thought it had something
What
to do
a
with
fun
that.
game this is.
Oh. Scum VM letting me cheat here? Spybox has 9 cards. Big Pig has 5s. Ah, that's cheating. A 3 of diamonds, a 6 of clubs, a 10 of diamonds. Ah, man. That's cheating.
Got any 8s?
Go Fish. Got any 3s?
Nice try, but you need to go fish.
Shift ends at a certain number of
Got
minutes
any
after the
jacks?
start of happy hour. Screw you, Mr. Big Pig.
Got any 10s?
Go fish.
I thought it
Got
had
any-
something to do with
Got any?
with happy hour, but like
Got any?
Nope. Got any?
No go.
minutes after
Yep.
happy hour. Ah, screw you, you took my 2s.
No. Got
Go. Got any?
Go.
Hold on.
Got any?
Yeah.
What?
That's because I saw it. I'm sorry, I cheated on that one. I need to get the other 2.
Got any queens?
Not a 1, sir. Go Fish.
Alright, well, hey, thank you for stopping by today. I'll be uploading the interview with Brad later on to my SoundCloud. So if you want to catch it on there, there'll be a link
I
in
need to
the
take a card from the deck
description.
first.
But hey, thank you for stopping by, and happy holidays.
Got any jacks?
What?
Got any?
No.
Nope. Got.
Got any threes?
Come on. Okay, cool. I just need one more.
Got it.
Goof.
Dang.
Hmm.
Aw, he took my 10s. He got that.
Got it.
Nope. Go fit. Got any?
Come on, give me all your 4s. Ah, you only had one?
Got it.
Not a one. Goofy.
No, 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 no!
Got it.
Go.
Ah, come on, give me a 6.
Got
No
I
goof.
need to take his 6.
Got it.
No, no, no. Ain't he cheating?
Another one. Got
Ni-
I could have sworn he cheats.
Got it.
nice try. Got go. Got
Goofy.
got no. Got
Ah, Lord, he won. He won.
Not a.
I need to take a card from the.
Got it. Got it.
I got the queen. I got the queen.
Got it.
Give me the queen back.
Got what?
Got.
Got. No. Got.
Goof. Got.
I'm done for. I'm done
That-
for.
Got any?
Nope.
I'm done for.
Got.
No!
Got it.
No, he took my 6s.
Got it. Got.
Bruh.
It appears to be a shoe. What is this gadget?
Oh, that's the night vision shoe. One of my most ingenious inventions.
Why is that?
If you happen to find yourself in a dark place, all you do is strap the shoe onto your head.
No.
May I eat?
Okay, it will help you to get into almost any safe.
Not yet. No. No. X-ray.
X-ray gum. How does this work, Professor Quack?
Ah, that's my new and improved beef flavor X-ray gum.
Oh. I do need that.
I'll explain how it works.
That's the X-ray gum. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going. I can see everything inside Mr. Utterly's gum.
Steak.
If I had a wrench in me, I would retch. I found the note. All right, now I need to find out where that diode is, then use it to disarm the milky weapon of destruction.
Okay.
If I had a wrench in me, I would.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Do you sell a lot of those sailor hats?
Actually, yes. Especially to sailors. It seems like...
What am I doing wrong here? Minutes after happy hour. Okay.
I'd hate to see the wristwatch. If this clock keeps... It's getting so noisy and...
What?
This must be an audio alarm. I want... What is...
12 minutes after happy hour.
What is this? It certainly can make a...
Oh! No.
If this clock keeps striking...
Okay, let's head over to the Greek cantina. Let's ask about it.
What do you know about this sailor from the SS Deadweight?
Oh, that Sal comes in every day straight from work.
What time is that?
Oh
He
my
shows
God.
up here 29 minutes after the start of happy hour.
Oh my God. I hate you so much.
Interesting. That's it. That's the sound the sailor told me indicates the end of his shift.
Okay. Cool. We got one part done.
Didn't you hear the clock? What are you still doing?
I know, I heard it. I could leave now if only my replacement was here. Unless you're the guy.
Yes. As a matter of fact, I am your replacement. Consider your...
How can you...
Right. What was I thinking?
Oh, shoot. What did I need to do?
That's not going to... Look, if you want...
Are you crazy? They'll court-martial the both of us. And you know how embarrassing it is to have a marshaled court.
What did I need to do? Oh, no.
I have... This... That's the sound the sailor...
What did I need to do?
You still haven't gotten your hat?
Sorry,
Oh, hat. Sailor hat. Okay, cool. Super duper easy. I appreciated that.
There's no telling when I might need one of the... But all right.
Cool. Alright, let's get out of here.
That's not going to do me any good.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you can go now.
Thanks. Out of my way. Coming.
When you gotta go, you... That's curious. The SS Deadweight made an unscheduled stop out in the middle of the ocean. This particular spot could require some further investigation. Let's see. It looks like the SS Deadweight went to 15 degrees latitude, 60 degrees longitude.
1560. Okay. So do I not need the music? I'm gonna have to beat Mr. Big Pig, aren't I?
We'll place your trinkets on the table and we'll get...
Got any tens? Got any aces? Got any king?
Go fish. Got any jacks?
Nope. Go fish. Got any... A card. Thank you so much. Got any fives?
Ooh!
Got any kings?
Not a one, sir. Go fish. Got any sixes?
Taking my sixes.
Got any threes?
Go fish.
How dare
Ah, how delightful. Got any nines? Got any threes?
Go fish. Got any fours?
No, sir. Go fish.
I need to take a card from the... I've always been lucky when it comes... Got any kings? Got any fives?
Go fish. Got any nines?
Nice try, but you need to go fish. Got any sevens?
Go fish, sir. Got any Sixes?
Nice try, but you need to go fish.
Doesn't he have my twos?
Got any twos?
Go fish, Mr. Fox. Got any fours?
Shoot. He had my fours.
How delightful. That gives me a suit, sir. Got any queens?
Go fish. Got any tens?
Go fish, sir. Got any sixes?
Nice try, but you need to go fish.
He has to have
Got
it.
any aces?
Go fish.
He's gonna take my aces.
Got any
No.
twos?
Okay. Oh. Shoot.
Got any queens?
Nice try, but
He has my sixes, doesn't
got
he?
any?
Yeah, he does.
I'll just take them.
Does he
Got
have the
any tens?
Not a one,
No,
sir. Go fish.
I already asked that.
Got any kings?
Ah, Lord.
Got any jacks?
Nope. Go fish. Got any?
No, sir. Go.
Got any tens?
Not a one. Go fish.
Why do I keep asking about that?
Got
He
it.
probably...
Go.
Oh, he has my twos.
Got any? I'll just take them. Got any?
No. Go fish. Got any?
Nope.
You have my jacks. You have my jacks.
Got any?
Yeah,
I'll
give
just
me
take
those.
those off your hands.
Do you have any?
Got any?
Go fish, sir.
Dang.
Got any queens?
Nice try.
No, but you have my threes,
Got any
don't you?
threes?
Yeah.
I'll just take those off your hands.
You do have my threes. I guess we can try the tens again? Yeah, he would have.
Got any? A card. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
This suits me just fine.
You think he would have got the tens by now? Let's try
Got
the
any?
eights.
Go fish. Got any?
Oh.
Got any?
Got any tens?
Go fish.
That's one set.
Got any?
Dang.
Got any? A card. I've all. Got any
Fives?
five?
Not a one, sir.
Darn.
Got any?
Nice.
You have to have the tens. No, there's no way.
Got any tens?
Oh, he does.
This suit. Got any aces?
Go fish, sir. Got any?
Got any?
Go fish. Got any?
No, 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 no. Oh, you took my queens. What are the odds that he has
Got
the
any?
No, sir. Go.
Okay.
Got any sixes?
Nice try. Got any eights?
Okay.
What a fun game this is. Got any?
It's worth a shot.
Got any queens?
Nope.
But do you have
Got
any
any kings?
Do you have any spades?
Got any fives?
No, sir. Go.
Those aren't spades. Those are.
Got
Go fish. Got any? Got any two?
Go fish.
Well, it's. I guess we're not doing the suits.
I love this game.
Got any sevens?
Nice try, but you need to go fish. Got any fives?
Not a one, sir. Go. Got any?
I think you have sevens.
Got
don't
any?
You?
What
you
a
do.
fun game this is.
You took mine or something.
Got any fours? Got any twos?
Come on, man.
Got any?
Go.
Don't you dare take my eights.
Got any tens?
No fish, sir. Got any twos?
You took my twos.
Got it.
No, no.
Got it. Got.
Come on. Oh,
Got
Nope.
how dare you?
Got any?
Got any? Got
Got any?
not a go fish. Got a go.
Got any queen?
No, sir. Go.
Darn.
Got any? Got
Shoot.
Got any sevens?
go fish, Mr. Fox.
Nope. Go.
You have sixes,
Got
don't
any
you?
sixes?
Yeah.
Got any?
Go fish, sir. Got any?
Nice.
You
Got
have
any
tens.
tens?
Yeah, give
I've
me
al-
those.
Got any? What a
Gimme.
fun game this is. Got any?
Not a one. Got any?
No, 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 no.
Go.
Got any eights?
Go fish.
That's one set of cards taken care of.
Got any fives?
Nice try.
Okay, so he has fives.
Got any?
Got any? Got any?
Shoot.
Got any? I've. Got any sixes?
No, sir.
That's one.
Okay, cool, cool.
Got any?
Nice.
No, no.
Got any?
Yeah.
I love this.
A draw.
You may be very shrewd.
Oh yeah. Got any kings? Got any nines?
Go fish, sir. Got any? Got any?
No.
Got
Okay,
any
let's try this.
eights? What a fun
Cool.
game this is.
Fives?
Got any fives?
Go fish, Mr. Fox. Got any fours? Got any twos?
Brah.
Got any queens?
Nope. Go fish. Got any kings?
Go fish, sir.
Go. Got any fours?
Uh-huh. Let's try
Got
eights
any?
again. No.
Got any?
Oh.
Got any aces?
Not
no,
a one.
what? I thought he just took mine.
Got it. Got it.
Nope. Got any?
Oh, tens. He took
Got
my
any
tens, right?
tens?
Yeah.
Got any?
Got it.
Oh, he has my jacks.
Got any jacks?
There's just one?
Got any?
Got any?
Oh, no. Don't take my five. Don't take my five.
Got any? I'll just. Got any?
Not a ones.
Got any? Got. This suits.
Got
Go.
Jacks.
Got any?
Nope. Got any threes?
Nice try, but you need to. Got any queens? I'll just take those off your hands.
Let's try nine
Got
again.
any nines?
Go fish, sir.
I love this game.
Okay.
Got any?
Oh,
Got any?
Nice.
okay.
Got any aces? Got any fours?
Go fish, Mr. Fox.
Sixes.
Got
He
any?
has sixes.
Go. Got any? Well, that's one. Got any?
Not a. Got any?
No.
No.
Bruh.
Got any?
Got any? Got any?
No. Got any aces? A card. Thank you so much. Got it?
Got any?
No.
Got
No. Got any?
Got it? Got
Come
it.
on, this is my... Oh, he just took my 7. Is this weighted? I don't know if this is weighted or not. I don't think this is weighted. At least I hope it's not. Let's just try again.
Got any 8?
No, sir. Go fish.
Okay.
Got any queens?
Go fish.
Hello? What happened? Why? Scum? Hello? Oh, okay.
Got any aces?
What is going on with Scum now? Okay. That is
Got
weird,
any
bro.
5s?
Oh, come on. This could be my 1.
Got any 6s? A card. Thank you so much.
4.
Got any 4s?
Go fish, mister. Got any?
No.
Got any?
Well, I
what
know
a
he has
fun-
9s now.
Got any?
Nope. Got any 4s?
I know he has 9s. Because he took mine.
Got any 9s?
Nope. Go fish.
No.
Got any?
Not a 1. Got any 10s?
Nice try, but... Got any?
Go fish. Got any 3s?
Nice try, but you need to go fish.
He has 3s, okay.
Got it. This suit...
Okay. I don't know.
Got any 2s?
Got any queens?
Go fish.
Aces, sure.
Got any?
Go.
Got any?
No, sir.
Oh, no. No. I knew you had those too. Come on, bruh.
Got any?
Goofy.
Nope. Got any?
No, don't take.
Got any?
No. Got any? I've all.
Got any 8s?
You have 8s, okay.
Go fish. Got any?
Not a 1, sir. Got any?
No. Oh, why?
Got any? Got any?
I know you don't.
Go. Got any 8? I'll just. This suits. Got any?
Have any of
No.
mine.
I've all. Got any? I've all. Got any?
Go fish, mister.
No. Don't take it.
Got any?
I know you got my 10s.
Got any? That's
Oh,
one.
you got a king.
Got any?
No. Got any queens?
Nope.
Good. You have jacks though.
Got any?
Go fish.
No, you don't.
Got it.
No.
Don't take my queens. Don't take. Oh, you. Is this not weighted or is it? It has to be weighted.
Got any?
Whoa.
Would you care to play for some trinkets?
I just happen to have a whole jar of trinkets.
Excellent then. I like a fox who is willing to play for trinkets with a pig who likes to play go fish for trinkets. Place your trinkets on the table and we'll get started.
How long have we been going for? We have been on for... We have been on for an hour 41. I'd hate to call this... Oh. I glitched everything out. I'd hate to call this here, but... I don't know what else to do. I'm bad at Go Fish. And probably doesn't help that I'm skipping what he's saying.
Got any kings?
Go. Got any jacks?
Nice try, but you need to go fish.
Ah, how delightful. Got any queens?
Got any?
Go. Got any?
Got any?
Oh.
Got any? No.
Oh, didn't he just take my sixes? I swear he just took my sixes.
Got any jacks?
I thought you said you were good at this game. Go fish. Got any? What a fun game this is. I love this.
I swear we've played this already.
Got any threes?
Not a one, sir. Go fish.
Happy holidays to you as well. Thanks for popping in.
Got any sevens?
Nope. Go fish.
Happy holidays to you. Thank you for popping in. Good to see ya.
Got any?
Go fish.
Ooh.
Got.
What?
Got any sevens?
Nice try. Got any?
I thought he had a 3.
Got any?
Screw you, Mr. Big Pig.
Got any?
Not a... Got...
Go.
Come on.
Got it.
Nope. Got.
I thought...
Okay, give me the king.
Got it.
That's my kings.
Got any?
Got any fives?
Nice try.
No, but I know what you
got
have.
any?
I'll just took them from me. Jerk. Can you tell I don't like Go Fish?
Got any?
Nope. Got it.
Nope.
That's a great question.
Got any nines?
Got any?
I would imagine, yeah, Brad, did you work on this game? I would imagine you were, credited as a system programmer, right?
Got any eights?
Go fish, sir.
I've always been
Any fun stories regarding, Spy Fox and Dry Cereal that you could give us?
Got any twos?
Go fish, Mr. Fox.
Oh,
Got
he has 5s. He took my 5s.
Got it.
He took my 5s. He took my
Got
5s.
it.
Give me my 5s
This-
back. Yes, sir, as usual. Was there anything interesting from the game itself that needed to be made of, thought of, or anything exciting in that matter that wasn't
Got any
maybe in the engine
What
for
a
Spy
fun
Fox
game
at the
this
time?
is. That's one set of cards taken care of. Got any?
Not a one.
I've all. Got any? Got it.
Got any?
No, he has 6s.
Got any? I've got it.
Oh.
Got it.
Nope.
Do you?
Got any?
I want to say you do.
I'll just take. Got any? I love it.
I mean, I only
Got
have
any?
one more. Okay.
Got.
Nice. Got any? What that I?
Oh my God! I did it!
I hate to leave such a challenging opponent.
Go away, go away, go away, go away, go away. What were the coordinates?
Look, if
it was 1530, wasn't it? I think that was supposed to say today's date.
You.
Where did the hat go?
Hey!
I'll keep. That's the sound the sailor told me indicate.
Where did the hat go? Oh. Do I need to go buy another one? Where did the hat go? All right.
Let's try here. Alrighty then. This. Oh. Dog. Could you take? Okay. Let's do it. Let's try. Darn. How about? Okay.
Well, actually, this game does boot up inside of Windows perfectly fine. When you run the .32 instead of the 16-bit wrapper. I just chose Scum VM because Fatty Bear didn't work on Windows 10.
You still haven't gotten your hat?
Sorry, I'll work on it.
Where did the hat go? I'm really confused. Where did the hat go?
I'd love to take your money, sir, but...
Here's where I keep my spy gadgets.
Where? I'm so confused.
I asked myself, if...
Pressing the escape key. We had put in Wiz images a bit before that, then sprites leveraged them as lightweight display item. Huh. You know, I find that very interesting. If I'm not mistaken, the way Scum VM calls sprites is, I think they like call them Wiz sprites. Or unless, Brad, are you referring to sprites were made out of Wiz files? Because when I read that, I read it as Wiz images being, you know, like the big backgrounds, the 640 by 480 ones, having an actor on top of that. It's about time we added sprites to the engine. Really sped some aspects up. Yes. Freddy Fish 3 had a lot of them in there, if I'm not mistaken. Wiz images. A bit before that, then sprites leverage. Can someone tell me where the hat went to?
Here's where I keep my spy gadgets.
Oh, shift I. Don't know where the hat went to. I don't know where the hat went to.
Okay, you can...
This time I'm gonna pay attention.
Let's see. It looks like the SS deadweight went to...
Didn't I do that before? He put it back in his pocket. What? 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 It's not in his pocket. Okay.
This... Let's do it. Interesting. A pool of white water. I've never seen white water like this before.
It's milk.
Wait a minute. It's milk. Dairy milk. And none too fresh, I might add.
British dub of Spy Fox. Nice.
I need to find the source of this milk. Now I'm a lean, green swimming machine.
British dub of Spy Fox section.
Yes, the underwater splendor of the Mediterranean.
Ah, definitely check it out if you get a chance, Brad.
Aha! That pipe must be where all the milk is coming from. What a terrible waste. I have to put a stop to this.
I question that too. That's a good question there.
I guess worms have a bit of frogophobia. Oh well, a fishing line like this could come in handy.
Yeah.
And I thought skim milk looked watered down.
For some reason, the British dub background animation doesn't work. Interesting.
Yes, these worms are definitely frogophobic. I should be careful. That milk may be piping hot. I wonder if this pool of the water is... No doubt about it. This is one of William the Kid's demented...
Hey, there's that fish from Freddy Fish. Oh no.
I'm on you. You're trapped in private water. You're mine, intruder.
Guess again, Tin Tuna. Little do these guards know that underneath this cool... I can't just swim past these guards. They... That fisherman will have quite a fish story to tell.
I want to see that cutscene now.
I should wait until the guard can't see me. I learned that one at spy camp. Ah, those were the days.
Spy watch? Okay.
Uh-oh, this steel door looks pretty thick, and I already used my laser toothbrush. I'll have to find another way in.
It's nice for the characters, but sometimes a simple single frame is so much faster. I bet so. I bet so. And also, yes, the actor system, I think, is genius, actually.
Maybe they keep a key under the doormat. Of course, they'd need a doormat to do that.
What do I need to do with the door? Oh, there's something
A
here.
box of old airplane fuses. I'd hate to refuse a find like this.
The actor system is really nice, actually. I'm glad you brought that up. When I was redoing the Sprite containers for Scum.js, I took in more what's the word I'm looking for? I took in more inspiration of actors themselves, and how like the actor system is set up. The actor system in Scum is so genius. I love the actor system. I think it's absolutely genius. And then what? The sprite system started to get some of those events that actors had too, huh? If I'm not mistaken. Only so much the employees can do. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I better... Thanks for letting me leave my frog suit on your butt.
We need to hop back over here. I don't think
That's
this is
the
what we need, but I'm
cheese
just
and
gonna
fake
grab it.
cracker.
Suction cups, wrong one. What was this
Professor
again?
Quest.
X-ray? Let me just grab it.
That's the night
Oh,
vision
the
shoe.
toothbrush. Wait, do I still have the... No, the toothbrush exploded.
That's...
What do I need to do with these?
That's not going to do me any good. That's not going to do me any good.
See, the earlier putt-putt games, I loved when Spy Fox...
Here's where my notes go.
couldn't even click
I
on it
use
if you
the
were
talk
in the right
balloons to
room.
gather information.
Putt-putt Joins the Circus was like that, where you had to actually be in the right room for it.
That's not going to do me any... Maybe the pilot used it as a flotation device. Here's the
Okay.
jet's fuse pad.
Okay.
These spare fuse. This fuse just wants to...
Nope. No. Yup. Video game preservation from source. Yeah. I bet it wasn't, especially back then. I mean, what with storage mediums not being readily available, I bet that played a big part in it too.
This looks like the missile fire button.
Like Google
now I can
has
do some
like
damage
petabytes
to that door.
of storage
Something
now, and they
seems
can archive
broken though.
all of it.
The missile still isn't firing. I wonder if I'm missing something.
Towards the end of staff were being pared way down to just a few people, and there is just so much they can do. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to come back to this with all that water in it. It looks like someone made an emergency landing. I sure hope they had their... It appears to be an old crashed jet. I hope it wasn't the airline food.
What did I miss here? Oh, this one. Nope. Yep.
The trigger button isn't doing much good right now, but it's still fun to push.
What am I missing? Red, red, black, black, red, red, black, red, black, 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 red, red, black, red, red. Nah, this looks right, doesn't it?
The missile still isn't firing. I wonder if I'm missing something.
What am I missing?
I'll leave the spare fuses here.
What am I missing? Oh. Wait. Okay. 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 Oh, okay, cool. 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 Okay. Yeah. No. Nope, that's not it. Yep. Nope. 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 Yep. Yep, that's it. That's one. No, it's not. Okay, hold on. All the ones that... Okay, so all of these are... Those are good because I can't click on them again. Oh, okay, hold on. That's good, that's good. This ain't good. Why? It's red to red, ain't it? Red, 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 black, black, black. This is certainly irony that so-called pirates have done more than most companies in terms of erasing things with manual scans. Yep. Sprite system eventually got condition bits, like the... What did I just say? Condition bits, like the actors, and that would have allowed layers of fact. I always wanted to rebuild the actor system. And we got some fun things coming up in the TALKIE.File actually regarding that. So that's gonna be super duper fun. So much difficulties with this. Red, black. See, now these aren't movable anymore. Black, black, red.
This is the missile fire button, but it's not getting any power.
What am I doing wrong? Were these already in there? Man, I'm bad with colors.
missile still isn't firing. I wonder if...
That is true. That is very true. A lot of 80s software history is told by piracy. That is actually very, very true. More so than I thought it was.
This'll teach him for not leaving a key under the welcome mat. I think...
Ah, I shouldn't have did that.
Welcome to William the Kid's secret volcano fortress. Please insert the electronic code box and answer today's passcode phrase.
The spy wanted to counter the remark with...
That is not a valid... Have a nice...
Answering that code... Let's have...
Okay, so I need that code box. Oh, Russian Blue is gone.
Hey, according to Spy Corps' database, William the Kid has 3 overdue library books.
Great. No, suction cups aren't needed in this one.
What's the trouble?
So... I need that thingamabobber.
If I could find that diode, then I'd be making some progress. The door's locked.
Think. Where else can we go?
Don't bother me right... Here's where I keep my spy gadget. That's not... Let's... The water is so...
I wish I didn't interrupt Monkey Penny there.
Fun.
Please stand by.
Good to see you're still alive, Spy Fox.
Thanks, Monkey Penny. It's nice to know you care. Mobile Command Center.
Please stand by.
Good to see you're still alive, Spy Fox.
Thanks, Monkey Penny. It's nice to know you care.
Good to see you're still alive, Spy Fox. That doesn't help me.
Welcome to William...
I wish I didn't skip that cutscene. Man, I really wish I didn't skip. Oh, wait, is it?
Let's try here.
Or is that just...
Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's just...
Let's head back. Oh.
Man, did I really wish I didn't skip this. Also, where does this...
Here's where my notes go. I use the...
No notes about anything.
Here's where...
Spy Fox. Dry cereal. Definitely not looking it up.
Maybe one of my special spy gadgets will help.
Not looking it up. Definitely not looking it up. Definitely not looking it up.
I'm going.
That's the wrong path.
Hey, leave my suction cufflinks here in case I need to make a...
Till someone came along and ruined it.
Still the wrong path.
Clear. Good entrance. Oh, thanks, Mutt. Rydock and his lucky...
Where do I find that thing at?
Find Russian...
Back. A dramatic pause before...
plugged into the...
okay.
Insert the electronic code box and answer today's passcode phrase.
Where did he find that code box?
Spy wanted to counter the remark with intelligence.
Okay. Okay, that's why I shouldn't miss. That's why I shouldn't
That is
skip
not
cutscenes. Where are you hiding at? You're hiding in the treasure chest. Okay. That is why you should never skip cutscenes, friends. Cool. Wicked. I skipped the cutscene again. Hopefully she didn't tell me.
It looks like the electronic code box.
Welcome to William the Kid's secret volcano fortress. The radio repairman was ecstatic about his job. That is not a valid response.
I don't have the correct date. I need to know today's date. It's not quite as easy as it sounds, considering all the time zones I fly through.
Here's the thing. Scum VM was saying it was January 7th. It might just be because I'm playing the Wii
The tow
version.
truck driver made reckless business decisions. That is not a valid response.
Shoot. I might be soft locked here. Unless
January 7th.
That doesn't help. What year are you pulling from, Scum VM?
Let's try. Oh.
Which is weird, because the Wii version uses Scum VM.
Welcome to William the Kid's secret volcano fortress. The fire chief... The tree... The cinema... The art... The farm... The tea... The The fire... The
Well, it's not Sunday, and it's not January 7th.
I'd better let Monkey Penny know I made it inside.
Scum knows how to get the date.
Spy Fox to Mobile Command Center.
Please stand by.
Again,
Spy
it's
Fox,
weird
glad you
because
checked in. How's it going?
Smooth.
Wii
As
version
smooth as
used,
sandpaper underpants. I just got into Kid's secret
Scum,
fortress.
Excellent. Now you've got to disarm that milky weapon of destruction.
I'm in there like swimwear. Spy Fox out. Hint.
Great. Let's unlock the door. Please tell me these aren't part of this path. Oh, thank God. Okay. Because I don't know how to do that either.
Good morning, Miss.
Where's my...
Hiya. Uh-oh. Someone... I better hide.
There actually is, I think depending on the path, this changes too, so let's listen up.
So that's the dastardly William the Kid that everyone's so worked up about.
Ms. Blue, take this diode and put it back where it belongs. It's the only thing that can disarm my milky weapon of destruction now. So keep it safe.
Right away, Your Imperial Goatness.
I've deposited the money in your bank account. Thanks for all your help.
It's a pleasure doing business with you. Call me anytime.
I need to get my hands on that diode he mentioned.
Okay, that's our next goal. Spy Fox should really not be this hard, but the fact that I skipped a few cutscenes, that's why it was. Pink, blue, red. Left, down. Left, down. Is there anything over this way, please?
This must Spy Fox to Mobile Command.
Please stand by.
Spy Fox, good to hear from you. What's up?
I'm in William the Kid's control room. The launching panel for the Milky Weapon of Destruction is right here.
Great. Now, all you have to do is find the missing diode so you can disarm that Milky
That's
Weapon
a fun
of
question
destruction.
for you, Brad.
Right. That shouldn't be too difficult. Spy Fox out.
I don't know if you're allowed to talk about what recently was released because I brought you into that. I don't know. But Brad was not a part, at least from what I know, was not a part of the Switch ports. But I don't know if you're allowed to talk about.
I need to get that diode in this control
what you guys
panel
talked
in order
about
to
with
disarm Kid's Milky Weapon of
next set
Destruction.
of releases.
I need to get that diode in this control panel in order to disarm this.
The PlayStation ones. I didn't need the coin.
This must be Kid's.
Nothing on here. No.
Oh.
Did I get the X-ray thing? Did I get the X-ray thing? Please tell me I got it.
Here's where I
No,
keep
that's not
my
what-
spy.
no,
The sight of Kid's diode.
Issue is what I need.
This lever seems to be a gerbil. I'll have to ask Quack. With the power.
Ah, shoot.
I should.
I forgot to look at what color it was. It was yellow. Man. The iOS ones were so cool. I'm so glad that I was able to be a part of that with you guys. Brad, you and Andy, that was so cool.
So these.
It was a yellow one, but I need to go back.
Kid.
Oh. I knew they had questions for you for the PS4 games. But I didn't know.
If I could find that diode, then I'd be making some progress. If I had a wrench. It looks like I need to find that diode.
Yellow squares. Go. Speedrun. Nope. Speedrun. Speedrun. Yellow squares. Okay. It's one of those two. I'm sure we'll be able to do this.
These gerbils look a little run down. I'll have to thank I see the I need to put the other diode back first before I can get a I need to put the other diode back first before I can get a new I need to put the other diode back first. I need to put the other diode back first before I can
Wonder what was wrong with the original dialogue. That
I need to put the other diode back first before I can get a new I need to put the other diode back first. I need to put the other diode back first before I can get a new one. I need to put the other diode back first.
Okay. That doesn't even match that. Okay. Okay. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah.
I hope this is the right diode.
That is a bummer, that Nimbus couldn't purchase the IP. I know Andy said he had much bigger plans for it if he was able to purchase it.
That did the trick. Once again, I've saved the world from a horrible, or in this case, smelling fate.
Not so fast, my crafty friend. You may think you have outfoxed me.
That.
Okay. I have the speech bubble, right?
Here's where my notes go. I use the talk balloons to gather information. This uniform is a...
Hello there. You do it.
Okay, I got the speech bubble now. Go. Go, 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 go. Go.
I hope...
Here and
here's where mine
you.
B. Do you know anything? Yeah, it's all hot. Thanks, B.
See, I know something about this game. Not a lot. I don't get all the paths.
All right, my little catchy. Oh.
This cockadoodle okay. Cockadoodle foo looks like a piece of cake. This fancy counter move should work. All right.
What?
They look
my. Cockadoodle foo.
all right, my little furball. Now try flaming tofu on for size.
Then it is amazing they got a release at all.
Okay, let me
actually,
see.
yeah. It was so out of the blue when it happened.
Maybe this counterattack will do the trick. All right.
But I remember everyone being so happy when they saw putt-putt save the zoo
well,
released to
I'd stay and toy with you longer, but it looks like you're all tied up.
Wait a minute! How about 2 out of 3 falls? No, let's make it best of 7. You can't leave me like this.
Cock-a-toodaloo.
I'm glad Night Dive Studios, if that is the case, I'm glad they're looking for a backyard sports source. From what I was told, back when Tomo was releasing on Steam, they didn't have much source for the Junior Adventure games. So that's 98% of the reason. Well, I wouldn't say 98. I'm just going off base what I was told. I'm gonna say at least 70% of the reason why Scum VM was being used for those releases.
I hereby declare you free-range cows.
Because if you don't know, Nimbus actually released a putt-putt Saves the Zoo Windows version.
You think you won, spy? Fox.
with Big Fish
But
Games,
you're
which we're
wrong.
actually going to talk
Go
about
ahead. Free
that
the
in the
cow.
TALKIE.File too, so definitely stick around
But
for
I'm
that.
back to milk the world yet again.
So, to hear Night Dive Studios is working with the company that owns Backyard
Not
Sports,
so
which
fast, kid.
I can't remember
The
who
last
they
thing
were.
the world needs
Man,
is another
like,
escaped ghost.
Humongous the brand has scattered itself indeed.
I'll get that, William the Kid, next time.
Oh, I missed that. I was speaking about missing
Later
stuff. Yeah,
that
Tomo doesn't
day,
own the sports
For
franchise.
outstanding heroism
yeah.
and suaveness,
Just
I
talking about
award
that,
you,
actually.
Spy Fox, the Little Daddy Congressional Cookie.
Okay, let's watch a little bit of credits. See the awesome people that worked on the game. Oh man, yeah, the Backyard Sports games are still much loved too. So many people. Little Cat from the Humongous fan community did a fantastic job at making Scum VM intercept those online protocols, which is actually pretty cool. So you can actually play Backyard Sports online. I think he's working on basketball at the moment, but baseball works. Let's see if we can find Brad in here. Where's System Programmer? Original game by Humongous Entertainment. Yes. Hey, Andy. He was in charge of Nimbus, bringing back all that.
Nothing can stop me
QA testers. Huh. Game testing is so cool. I'm glad I was able to do that too. For the iOS games. Ron Gilbert. What a cool guy. Lisa Wick. Dialogue. Some dialogue writers here. Animation lead. Paper animation. A lot of good names that are seen there quite a lot throughout the Humongous games. Dave, he is showing up a lot as well. Sound effects programmer. So we're system programmer. Hey. Oh. Did we miss it?
Nothing can stop me now.
We didn't miss it, did we? Digital ink campaign. Wow. Check out all those awesome people. Music, dialogue. Lots of cool people working on dialogue. Audio engineer, QA lead, testers, more testers. I actually spoke to one of the testers who did Putt-putt Saves the Zoo. It's very interesting to hear about like the whole situation, or like, oh, there's Brad. Hey, Brad. How like all that is set up with QA testing and like what they were able to see and all that stuff. Surprisingly enough, with George Sanger, he was able to show me what Putt-putt Saves the Zoo looked like in those tests, which is really, really cool. And then when I was talking to that game tester, some really cool things we were talking about between them. But Brad, let me ask you a question. Do you know about this bowling alley test thing that was in Putt-putt Saves the Zoo? Oh, hold on. We'd like to thank the residents of Aphodophilus for their kindness and generosities. That's a lot to read. This game is dedicated. Oh, I didn't know that. Take a minute of silence there. We'll take a minute of silence for the okay. Took a minute of silence there. Brad, do you know about this sort of infamous, someone on the Humongous alumni page talked about a bowling alley that was made like very early on in Putt-putt Saves the Zoo just to test the system or something like that. I can't. I should probably try to find the Facebook post to mention it, to reference it correctly. I don't know. Do you know anything about a bowling alley that was worked into a prototype of Putt-putt Saves the Zoo or something like that to test the engine? I don't know if I'm just talking nonsense. But does any of that sound familiar? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's pull up the next item on the list here. We have been streaming for a long time. We've been streaming for 3 hours now. Holy moly. Pull up the BRB scene there while I get the next thing ready. Actually, let's use this second to take a quick bathroom break. So everybody, sit back and relax, and or go grab a coffee, grab something to eat or drink, and we'll be right back, okay? It'd be nice if my microphone muted. Hello? Hey, okay, now we're back. Okay, welcome back, friends. Thank you all so much for being here with me today again. I really do appreciate this, spending our Christmas Eve together. Or, if you don't celebrate Christmas, just spending the... or just a random December 24th. Welcome to December 24th. We had a couple trips to local bowling alleys, but we also had a room we referred to as bowling alley because it was one really long room. Huh. Was it just a white room, or did it actually have any merit to it? Or... Oh. Oh. It was a real room in the building. We used it for Scum U, 1 or 2 classes, and used it for Q&A. Oh, okay. Huh. Well, that's really cool. Also, trips to the local bowling alley. I probably would have gotten along with y'all really well. I love bowling. Bowling is so cool. I love going bowling. Whenever I can, I actually go to a real bowling alley, but Nintendo Switch Sports have kind of taken the bowling aspect to the TV. But I love bowling. So, okay, so it was a physical room where Scum U was done and then used for QA testing. Okay. Oh, my monitor is about to shut off. Why does everything have to shut off? Oh, I just pressed the power button anyways. Okay. Nice. Wow, okay. So it was a physical room in the building. Cool. Super cool. Okay. Oh, now the monitor's dark. Okay, everybody. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna cut playing The Sims. I'm a little bit later than I thought I was gonna be, so we're actually gonna cut playing The Sims. We're just gonna do 30 minutes of Minecraft, and then we're gonna hop into the TALKIE.File with Brad here. I guess we can cut the Scum JavaScript thing too. No, it'll be quick. We can do it quickly. It's okay. We won't cut it. We'll just do it here. We're not gonna cut it. I'll just do it really quick. I wanna. Ever since working on Scum.js, I've been showing a little bit of it on the streams. It has kind of taken a back seat in my life. I've been doing a lot of Python now for work and just a bunch of other things. And then in my spare time, I'd rather use it learning Unity. But every now and then I go back to Scum.js because JavaScript is so nice. And then what the tool set of Scum.js is built off of is Create.js. And the syntax of Create.js is just absolutely beautiful. I was a Flash programmer, and coming from Flash into Create.js was absolutely beautiful. So I just want to show a little bit of what has been made in the background, but I haven't really touched Scum.js in maybe about 3 months now. Just one long pit of a room took up half the building length. Is that the room that had the pajama Sam trees in it? I'm also going to type that out. But is that the same room that had the pajama Sam trees in it? I'm very, very curious because I've seen photos of that on the alumni page. Okay. We'll just restart. I'll explain why there's a leave button on this. Oh, you can't hear this. Hold on. Oh, that is also probably really loud. There we go. Let's restart that.
Would you like to... Let's play a game. To win the game, you need to get your pieces all the way around the board, back to their home. The spinner
really
in the
like
middle
this
tells you which
minigame,
color
and
to
I'll
move
explain
to next.
to you why.
Choose the pieces you want to be.
I'll explain why I wanted to do this in Scum.js.
Game options. Wow!
I'm probably gonna get copyright striked for that, but I'll turn that down. Nah, I'll leave that up. Oh, wait. I did the wrong one. I did the wrong slider. I wanted that one. Does that look really weird? We stored those trees all over the place. They were just cool. They were just too cool not to. I bet so. Those things, oh, I wish I saw those in person. Those trees are way too wicked. Man, we stored those. We stored those trees all over the place. They were just too cool not to. That's way too cool. This little go online thing is why I, for some weird reason, am making a browser version of this so you can play online. And that's why there's a leave button
Are you
here.
sure you want to leave?
So that you could actually leave a match if you wanted to.
Are you sure you want to leave?
Instead of refreshing the page. Anyways, let's be the fans. I love being the fans.
You picked fans. The fans go back to the...
Computer will start. You will notice that the computer's not that smart. I seriously have not picked this up in months. So the computer will just continue moving pieces to the board, and that's it. It will just continue moving pieces to the board. That's it. It will not move any of the pieces. Yep. All the pieces are moved to the board. Oh.
Rats.
So that technically would have been us capturing Pajama Sam.
Rats.
Again. We can move the pieces for Sam. I'll spin here.
Rats.
That technically would have been us capturing Pajama Sam. We can move Sam's pieces. Just because there's no blocks for it. Computer's turn. Oh, switch turn to local player 1. Oh, okay, I lost track of what we're doing. So is it my turn? It's my turn. Okay, computer's turn. What? Okay. It's the computer's turn. My spin. Yellow. Let's just try to get one piece home. I was gonna say we could cheese this too. I could just keep on clicking on my piece. But that's the whole reason why I was trying to bring this over to a web browser version, is because I kind of want to make an online version of it. This being the Humongous Entertainment's version of the Sorry game. Yay! Alright, let's just get all the pieces back home.
Rats.
Since the computer actually doesn't have a
Rats.
turn.
Rats. 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 Rats.
Okay.
Rats.
We're catching a lot of rats. Come on, give me red. Ah, bummer. We'll click on his piece then. Push ours forward. I'm probably going to get a copyright claim on this stream now, because this is the high quality Pajama Sam music.
Whoopsies.
Rats.
This is taking a lot longer than I
Rats.
thought it would.
Rats.
So what we're gonna do after this is we're gonna play Minecraft for 30 minutes, and then
Rats.
we're gonna get into the TALKIE.File.
Rats.
I've been a lot later than I thought I was.
Rats.
Yeah. We'll hop into the TALKIE.File
Rats.
after this, and I mentioned in the Scum VM Discords that I will be uploading it separately on its own to SoundCloud because we are going to be talking about some amazing things with Scum and Sputum, and it's something you don't want to miss out on, especially if you want to hear about the a lot of the inner workings of Scum. Some great questions that I think y'all are going to love. All right, let's go ahead. Spin. Red. Spin. Oh, I was on red. I could have done that.
Back to start for you.
Oh, did I just jump on myself? I did. That sucks. Okay, you went home and you went home. Yay! Local player 1 has won the game! Woo! Okay, enough of this weirdness. Alright, let's pop back into BRB here. Enough of that weirdness. Okay. Let's boot up Minecraft, shall we? I play a little bit of Minecraft. I'll play for a little bit here. We'll hop onto one of the worlds that I've been working on. I'm trying so hard to get to the end. It ain't gonna happen. But I'm trying. I'm trying. We'll see what happens. Why are you keeping me waiting? Why are you keeping me waiting? If I did a little bit more planning, I could have pulled out the animation cells that I bought. What the heck is this? Why is that considered a COM port? I'm sorry, I just saw something in my network that's a COM port, and no, that's not, but okay. It's not a COM port, but sure. Oh. That was a little embarrassing. Alright. Let's get this ready. I wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I just wanted to see if that was. Boy, okay. I made my own animation cell because I'm. I respect that. I should have thought ahead and pulled out the animation cell. I got some cool ones off of those friends. Okay. Let's play a little bit of Minecraft here. And this is why I got the boom arm to help out with this, because I get really into this game. Okay. Almost as much as I get into Putt-putt Saves the Zoo. When I play that game, I seriously play that game. It is crazy. If you ever need to like just play a putt-putt game, do Saves the Zoo and Enters the Race. Two fantastic games.
It helps that you can get the backgrounds from the game, so it's just a matter of painting the characters. Yeah, that's true. Oh. Set a timer for 30 minutes. We'll set a quick 30-minute timer.
Okay, 30 minutes and counting.
We'll do this for 30 minutes and then we'll get into the TALKIE.File, because I know that that's the wow factor everybody's looking forward to today. And so am I. Christmas! Move! Christmas presents. I know I'm using a hoe, but I don't have any books, so I got this from a loot chest. So this is the only Silk Touch item I got. You know what I find interesting is how Minecraft on YouTube is not the same that it used to be. I mean, this game was floating around everywhere, and now... move. And now it's not. It's quite weird, the YouTube trends. And now with everything like the shorts going on, it's just really, the YouTube trends are really weird, because Minecraft does well on YouTube. I used to watch Dan TDM play Minecraft, but he doesn't do it anymore. Well, not as much as he used to. I watch the Hermit Crafters now. They're pretty cool, because I mean, like, they're the only people that are doing Minecraft. But see, here's something interesting about them. They're getting burnout, and you can really tell. And I feel really bad because their content's really good, and a lot of people are noticing it. One of the Minecraft YouTubers, his name is Mumbo Jumbo. He really got burnt out from playing Minecraft. Ah, shoot. Well, good thing I got the hoe on me, I suppose. He really got burnt out, and he left Hermitcraft, and he tried coming back a few times, but he's just getting back in the... Oh, what? He's just getting back into Minecraft now, which is really cool. But it's just really interesting to see how... Also, I love this little generation error. Okay, usually I can do that. I guess because I'm on camera, I can't. It's just nice seeing him getting back into it as well. But yeah, no, it's just interesting. That's all I have to say. It's just interesting to see like the burnout and stuff that these Minecraft YouTubers go through. Because it's real. I mean, they've been playing for so many years the game, and like, I mean, yeah, it's a fun game. Create your own adventure, but it does run out of steam, doesn't it, huh? Minecraft had a lot of cool stuff. One of my favorite things they were trying to do was Minecraft Earth. I was an early adopter to that game, and it was super fun. I really shouldn't be using my hoe for that. I was an early adopter to that game, and it was super duper fun. Then the pandemic hit, and, well, nobody was going outside anymore, because they didn't need to. But on the flip side, here's me going out to just walk around and collect all these tappables. So I just found it interesting. Should have waited till I was on 3 haunches, but it's okay. I love the holiday presents. Did I get pumpkins? I don't think I did. So, how many of you play Minecraft? What are your thoughts on the game? Do you think it's overrated? You can be honest. I think it's an amazing game, if you ask me. There's a lot to do. But then you take a look at the burnout that the creators have. And you start to wonder, oh, here's my pile of junk, by the way. You start to wonder. You start to wonder. You start to wonder. I need one more. I don't think I got any more. I think those are the only pumpkins I have. Yeah. I think those are the only pumpkins I have. I can show you where my enchantment table is. Come on down here with me. This was one of the villagers' place, and now the bottom of it is my enchantment room. Super duper cool. I need one more pumpkin. I seriously just need one to grow. Alright. In the meantime, let's hop over to the iron farm and grab some more iron. I love early gameplay iron farms. These things are super duper cool. This boom arm is so nice. Please let me know if I'm yelling into the microphone. I might turn myself down a little bit because the whole reason why I got the boom arm was so that I can actually see my keyboard and be able to talk into the microphone. The problem with my last setup was I literally just set my Blue Yeti on a table, and it kind of got in the way of playing the game. Yeah, it wasn't ideal. You know what? I'm just going to leave that in there. I'm running out of storage space at my house, so I'll just leave that in there. Maybe we'll hop into the Nether. What do you guys think? Do you think we should hop into the Nether? I think we should. I need another pumpkin, but they're not growing. I wish you could speed up those crops, but yeah. Move. This bed wasn't even yours. It's my bed. What? Stupid monitors. I would like you to full screen on this one, please. Thank you. Okay. Oh. I was pushed out the door. Nice. Alright, one more melon? Or pumpkin? Okay. Fine. I don't think I have any other pumpkins growing anywhere. I think those are the only pumpkins. I should grow more, but I like trading. Let's put those back in my hand, and let's try to get rid of them. Minecraft is a darn near perfect game. This game is really cool. Why am I jumping? I need more pumpkins. I really want to get rid of these pumpkins. I need one more. You can't bone meal pumpkins. That's dumb. Alright, well, let's just put them away for now, and I guess we can hop into the Nether. Let's go ahead and take a look at that, shall we? Bone meal's in here. Okay. There we go. That's a little bit better. Ever since watching Think Noodle's Minecraft videos, I've been my FOV has been pretty high compared to a lot of other players. I think it looks a lot better. Surprisingly, he doesn't even play Minecraft in that FOV anymore. At least not that I know of. Which is interesting. He was a cool Minecraft YouTuber too, but hey, I mean, if you want to be successful on YouTube, you gotta keep up with the trends, and Minecraft was just trending down. Even though for the Hermitcraft players, it was still trending up. For the most of them, at least. So I got a ruined portal over here that I've set up to not be a ruined portal, so let's just go hop into the nether. Sorry, I wanted to change that up there. Let's go hop into the nether here and try to grab some more quartz. Should have really brought another pickaxe with me, but it's okay. This has some good enchantments on it. No, it doesn't. It has the efficiency. I could probably get that again. I really need to make some more books and make bookshelves. I don't know why I'm trying to trade with the villagers to get bookshelves when I can just make books. Enough items for it. I'm on the brightest setting. That sucks. This monitor just really sucks. I just bought a new monitor too. I bought an LG 4K Ultrafine, even though I have no display port, anything. All my setup is HDMI. So I bought a display port monitor. Really dumb. I spent a lot of. I spent money on my recent computer for a VGA setup. VGA. How dumb is that? And it's not just till now that I bought a 4K monitor and I still can't even use it to its full potential. I don't even know if HDMI can give out that specs that USB-C was looking for on the specs of the monitor. VGA, very good. Very good art. Yep. There is still part of my setup that still uses VGA, and well, I spent some money in incorporating it a little bit more, which was really weird. And it's just not till now that, you know, I decided to switch over from VGA. Oh, did I not bring my gold? Shoot. I could have bartered with the piglins. That's okay. Let me tab out here very quickly. How much more time we got left? We got 17 minutes. We might make this a 20-minute. Well, 20 minutes has passed, hasn't it? I don't know. Let's just keep going. I want to continue going the way that I was already. See if I can find more gold and maybe that barter. Yep, there he is. Nope, that's a zombie piglin. My bad. Hey, also thanks again everybody for spending the holidays with me. Super duper cool. I love spending this time with all of you. Oh, it's Sarah. Brad, this is one of the friends that I was talking to you about who's really good at preserving the localization dubs. Oh, thanks, Sarah. Appreciate you. Sarah is one of the people who are really, really good at, archiving the localization dubs. I believe, Sarah, was it not you who have found the Hebrew Humongous Entertainment games? Those are a gem. Those are a gem. I love the Hebrew games, seeing how they, well, yes, I have mentioned you, actually. Sarah does a fantastic job at finding them. It's so cool to see the localized versions of the Humongous Entertainment games. They, I wish I had gold. Let me grab a USB or a lightning connector. Give me 1 second. Lightning adapter acquired, but headphones were not put back on. Okay. Lightning adapter acquired. Super duper cool. Let me just check notifications one more time. Cool. What did I miss? Physical copies of Putt Circus, Freddy 3 that I managed to convince a store in Israel to sell me. I really hope Tomo will agree to add the Hebrew. Yes. I guess Tomo is the maintainer now. Sadly, the older games I only was able to find abandonware site. Oh yeah. What was that? Was it Papa Goes to the Moon? The Hebrew version? I've never seen them in action, only the boxes. Really? Surprising. I'm pretty sure they're online to view. Tomo doesn't give a crap. Back when Night Dive published, said they won't, and it because Steam doesn't allow it in the supported language list. Now they do. There's only one person trying to get them to App Pajamas 3. Some very lucky persons. Oh, I just got a Discord. Ah. Sorry. I'll finish reading here with y'all. I was trying to get them to post their bin queue. I read what you posted, and yeah, this piracy is all we can do. Yeah. 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 Yeah, it's all that, huh? I mean, ransomware is, I mean, or the piracy of it. I mean, yeah, that is really all it is left, huh? Sounds like I have some German friends, but none close enough. German, ooh, Freddy Fish 1 and 3. Sorry, doing a little Discords. Let me flip my screen around here so I can actually see what's going on, folks. Alright, let's go. A 1 2 1 2. Oh, I'm so sorry about that. A 1 2 1 2. Oh, now YouTube is playing it back. I'm so sorry about that. A, I really do apologize. Man, I'm so sorry about that. Oh, I'm dying. Guess don't take no time for any audio errors, huh? Go. Oh god. Oh, thanks for lifting me in the air. Holy jeez. Oh my god, I'm missing everything. Stupid audio. Go. Holy cow. Oh jeez, Enderman, that's not any better. Okay, so I also actually traded with someone for Putt-putt Travel Through Time. Very cool to find them. I regret I don't have all of them though. I think Steam has them all except maybe Pajama Sam 2. Did I mute the video? Yeah, some super cool finds indeed, Brad. Hopefully audio's good now.
Okay. Oh. Oh, why are there so many? Why are there so many Endermen? We recovered only after Thomas stopped caring to update the game. I also remember Night Dive complaining to me that Steam didn't allow. Yeah, I bet so. I don't know where I am anymore. Shoot. This ain't good. This is not good. Oh, but is that gold? Yeah, that's gold. I think I'm gonna go snag it. Why did I do that? I wonder what happened to the audio there. That was really weird because it's all USB. But in all honesty, I think I know what it was. I think it was the voice meter thing freaking out. Steam allowed adding Hebrew only about a couple months after. How about that, huh? How about that? Alright, I need to find where I was. Because I would like to go back home. I don't know the coordinates of my portal. I need nether quartz too. There are so many localizations. I wish we could find the Japanese versions of the games. And Brad, maybe if you know anything about these, do you know about any official localizations done in Japanese? Because on an old archive of the Humongous website, there were mentions of the Japanese versions, yet they seem to not exist anywhere on the face of the earth. Do you know anything about those? Oh, Sarah, you have Japanese Freddy Fish, Freddy Fish. Oh, were those the official dubs? Because I could have sworn they were still lost. Putt Moon, though, I remember reading, I think it was Saves the Zoo that had a Japanese dub. That might be what I'm referring to or something, but I thought one... Oh, I really thought the official dub for Freddy Fish was still lost to time. Huh. How about that? I guess we found them. How about that, huh? Super cool. Super duper cool. That makes me happy. Because I remember you showing me a Japanese version, Sarah. But I couldn't remember if it was the official dub or not. Because we were talking about that one object file that was in one of the Freddy Fish games that didn't match with anything. I don't know if I just said it English or not. I'm about to die. I'm about to die. Japanese version of Fatty's Fun Pack was found. Hey, nice. Okay, I don't know where my torches are. I think I lost my way back home. Well, this is no good.
Okay, well, that was 30 minutes, and I'm now officially lost. Crap. Okay, that's fine. I'll figure that out on my own time. What a use of 30 minutes, huh? Boy. Okay. Getting lost in the nether? Uh-oh. That's a bummer. Or some official ones. Things accompanied by, you know, that name looks familiar. When I was doing research, okay, that would explain it. That would explain it. Oh, is my iPad not charging? Why are you keeping me waiting? Yeah, my iPad's charging, okay. Maybe it's Arabic I'm thinking of then, but yeah, that's a great question. Ah. That would be super cool. I'm trying to think. Was there not a version? I wish I could find it on the website. I was actually looking for it not too long ago and I couldn't find it again. The only clues of their existence I have are on the old Humongous site. Some mention... Is that what I'm thinking of? The Arabic ones? I swear there was a Japanese version of... Freddy Fish that we couldn't find because of a graphic that... we... Oh, yeah, the Russian translations. Those are super interesting. Very interesting how they did that, in all honesty. Yeah. Yeah, see, Sarah, this is what I'm thinking of too. There was Japanese graphics, I swear, in like a demo of Freddy Fish 1 or something, but you and I went on like a assets moon, or was Parade only on 3DO? Yeah. No, I think both were. I believe Moon and Parade were 3DO. At least that's what Wikipedia says. Android, well, yeah, we know that. Windows, iOS, Linux, 3DO, yeah. At least that's what the wiki says. Oh, in Japanese. Oh. I don't know. The Russian translations are super cool. And speaking about those fan translations, homeboy, I was trying to do a fan translation of Putt-putt Saves the Zoo. It is, if you want to do a fan translation of something, make sure you know how to speak their language very well. I love Spanish, but I don't know it that well. That was a mistake. The only Humongous console ports that use Scum. Well, I mean, what are we defining as a console here? Because Nintendo Switch and the PlayStation. But I know what you meant. And the Pajama Sam 1 game, that was really interesting. That was built from scratch up. I don't even know how that ended up happening. But building the game from scratch up, holy cow, for the Pajama Sam 1 game, or Pajama Sam 3 game. I bought that. That is fun. Seeing like the little quirky differences they have. The quirky differences that the Pajama Sam 3 PlayStation game has. Holy cow. And now think of it, like that Pajama Sam game on PlayStation 1? Yeah. And now Scum is running on PlayStations now. Like, it's quite literally running. I forgot what the guy said his interpreter was to talk to Sputum. But and actually, speaking about talking to Sputum, the interpreter, that's actually going to be one of the cool questions that I'm going to be asking Brad in the TALKIE.File about how Marmalade talked to Sputum there. I think you guys are going to really like that. That's super duper cool. It was fun trying to hack the Wii ports, though. I managed to get a Scum VM error message, I think. I should ask that guy again. He probably told me how they did it. I don't know. Oh, well, happy birthday to them. Happy birthday to them. I'm trying to pull up something. Why LG? Why are the LG TVs showing up on my network? Funny thing is, there's official Sputum on the Wii in Indiana Jones, though the port isn't good. Really? Huh. Oh, Christmas gifts. Well, happy Christmas to them. Speaking about translations, and how I was talking about, you know, if you don't know the language, you probably shouldn't make the translation. I want to, I kind of want to pull up the Spanish translation of Putt-putt Saves the Zoo. That is another project that I have kind of stopped doing. Not just because I don't have enough time, it's because I don't know Spanish that well. I love the language. I do know I don't know where I was going with, because I was reading the comments. Yeah, I know very little Spanish, love the language. Really daunting task, and I can't believe I even tried it, but it was cool. I learned a lot about Scum VM itself, and a lot more about Putt-putt Saves the Zoo itself, too, through this endeavor, which was really, really cool. And I learned, I learned a lot about actually C code too doing this, because the only modification I did in Scum VM was the music thing, and then I had one of my really super cool best friends make the code look really, really nice, which very amazing. Kudos and thanks to him for cleaning up that code, because that original code that I did in there. My sabbatical starting in July of 2000. Moonbase Commander is an awesome game too. We're gonna be talking about that too in the TALKIE.File. So you guys got some really cool things to. I think you guys are gonna like that. I learned a lot of C code, and where I was going with that. My awesome friend who's really, really good at programming in C, C++, and I know C# is nowhere near C and C++, but my super, super cool friend who did that, who worked on that with me. Is this the version of Scum VM? Oh. Well, I don't even think it's going to show up because I'm on a different profile on this computer. Games. Is that the right games folder? Yes. 4/12/1995, 3/30/1995. I'm going to say that and not mention anything else. Zoo Spanish. Here we go. Choose. El Zoo. Is this the right version of Scum VM? Yes, it is. Okay. I guess we can check this out. I mean, it's nothing too interesting. I mean, I haven't made any advancements on it since. With a brief attempt by Andy and I with Nimbus. Yeah. I think. Wait. Oh, okay. No, that was, yeah. Yeah, no. That was definitely it. Man, a lot of people were so happy to see the games back. I'm gonna get a copyright claim for this, so please enjoy. A weird attempt by me to make Putt-putt Saves the Zoo in Spanish.
Putt-putt Save the Zoo. 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 Putt-putt save the zoo.
Buenos días, señor Baldini. Hoy es el día de la gran apertura del zoo de Cartoon.
Lo sé, Putt-putt, hoy es un gran día.
That was a French.
¿Qué os
I said
parece si
puss-puss,
Pepe
I'm
y tú
sorry.
lleváis comida al zoo antes de que
I don't
abran?
know if putt-putt is actually translatable. Another friend that I was working on with this said no, it was just putt-putt in Spanish.
Aquí tenéis. Aseguraos de entregársela a Outback, el nuevo guardián del zoo.
No se preocupe. Puede confiar en mí.
Buena suerte, Putt-putt.
There's not really much you can click on. I had to disable a few things because audio just doesn't exist for it. Because the audio that I got here, well, there's no audio for that. The audio of the characters is actually ripped from the Spanish DVD, and there's just some audio that doesn't exist. I was thinking about, but for some reason, I was thinking about having ScumVM just show text translated. Problem is, I don't know how to, I still haven't figured it out yet, and I refuse to ask the ScumVM team because I want to try to figure it out. I want to try to figure out how to push subtitles through ScumVM. But every time I try to intercept the text as string, has some really bad data assertion errors. And I tried Nutcracker too, but at the moment, Nutcracker can't introduce new lines, or at least in this version of Putt-putt Saves the Zoo, it can't. I would like to do it the ScumVM route because I'd have more control of the text that shows up. Because there's just audio that doesn't exist for it, and I wanted to use the translation audio from the DVD.
Dice zoo de Cartoon. Dice zoo de Cartoon.
¿Quién anda ahí?
Hola, Outback, soy yo, Putt-putt. He venido a entregar la comida del zoo.
Gracias por venir, Putt-putt. Pasa.
Hot Ziggety! Is this ever gonna be
there's some
fun?
English.
Hola, Outback. He traído comida para el zoo.
Gracias, amigo. Lo sé, y me alegro de que hayas llegado. Vaya mañanita que llevo. Tengo muchísimas cosas que arreglar antes de la apertura del zoo. Puentes, barcos, absolutamente todo. Pero lo peor de todo es que algunos animalitos han desaparecido. No los encuentro por ninguna parte.
Yo puedo buscar a los animalitos perdidos.
Me parece una idea fantástica. Por supuesto, no podemos abrir el zoo hasta que los hayamos rescatado a todos. Así que confío en ti, Putt-putt. Mira, esto te ayudará. Es una lista de todos los desaparecidos.
Baby Jambo el elefante, Masai la jirafa, Kenya el cachorro de león, Zanzíbar el hipopótamo, Sammy la foca y el pequeño Skitter la serpiente. ¡Los encontraré!
Que tengas un buen día y buena suerte, Putt-putt. Bueno, me voy a organizar todo.
¡Hasta luego, Outback!
And I'm pretty sure that's the end of everything that I changed. I really didn't get that far. In all honesty, now I'm just playing Putt-putt Saves the Zoo.
Little Messiah.
Now I'm just playing Putt-putt
I
Saves the
want
Zoo.
my
I like this game. I like this game a lot, actually. It is a really fun game. I'm honestly just playing Putt-putt Saves the Zoo now.
Burrito!
Oh, well.
Come on.
If only.
I'm gonna... Something weird that I did that I want to show you. Ah, I skipped it. Something weird that I
Buenos días,
did.
señor Val. Hoy.
I don't know why, but I don't know if you saw it in the intro here. There's a Mr. Baldini frame that's not used for anything, and I just put it in. It's him smiling right
No se
here.
preocupe. Puede confiar en mí.
And actually, when putt-putt said coupe, I don't know why I painstakingly lip sync that. I don't know why I did that. Anyways.
Buena suerte, putt-putt.
There's probably one person speaking all the characters, in all honesty, Sarah. I don't know. Okay. We gotta wrap this up. So, it's time for my favorite part. Eee! Everybody get ready. This is gonna be so cool.
So, to end out this live stream, here's a mini episode of the TALKIE.File. It's a podcast I don't really do anymore, but it's available on SoundCloud and Apple Podcasts. Anyway, let's press play on this TALKIE.File.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another holiday episode of the TALKIE.File. Today, I have a very exciting show. I've been wanting to do this interview for a very, very long time. The person I'm talking with today has had their feet in so many games from our childhood. You've seen his credit before, whether it be in The Secret of Monkey Island, Putt-putt Joins the Parade, and so much more. Please give a big welcome to Brad Taylor. And while you're at it, tell us about your holiday plans for this year.
Our winter plans are, to hunker down and avoid whatever small amount of rain we're going to get this year. So, not a big holiday planner. We're not big holiday people. We give gifts all year round rather than, the single times of the day.
It's funny you mention the rain because where I live right now, it has been doing a lot of rain in the wintertime these past couple years. Everyone keeps saying we're going to get a snowstorm this year, and I just don't see it.
We get, it varies. I mean, some years if we have like an El Nino, it will get, hammered with rain, but most of the time it's so pleasant here in California, it's ridiculous.
I've been wanting to visit California for a long time now, and now where I work, it actually gives me an excuse to come over there because our corporate office is over there. So hopefully someday I will actually get to visit the beautiful city of California.
Look me up, we'll get a cup of coffee.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be fantastic. All right, Brad. Well, thank you so much for telling me about your holiday plans, and we've got a lot of questions ahead of us today for the Programmer's Digest, so let's just jump right in. Starting from the beginning, can you tell me about how you got into programming, and was it what you wanted to pursue, or did it kind of change directions?
Let's see. That's going back a long ways. Let's see. Where did it start? Well, it's like in the 80s, every kid, wanted a computer. I was no different. I didn't know I really wanted one until my friend had one. And I got to play a game called Adventure on his PC. And it was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen. You type in your commands and the thing just, tells you where you're at and what you're seeing, and you just basically, it's a text adventure and enjoy that. I was the typical kid that you don't invite over to your house because you'll just stay there and play your games all day. Which my friend Brett was happy when I got my own computer, I think. Yeah, so the first game that I actually played that was a text adventure, that set me off on it. I knew what I wanted to do from that point forward. I wanted to make something like that. Before that, I wanted to be an artist. I liked drawing. I never had the real skill for it, but I certainly enjoyed doing it. Also played Dungeons and Dragons and those sort of things. I was your typical 80s nerd. But once I found a text adventure, it was fairly clear what I wanted to do. I wanted to build something like that. So that got me started. my friend had a PC, which I wanted a PC, but they were so much more expensive than the Commodore 64. So my parents opted for a Commodore 64, which actually I'm very glad they did. It was a much more meager machine, which required a lot more effort to get really cool stuff going. So I had to work for it, back then.
Yeah. The very first PC you got, what was that PC?
It was a XT, a Turbo XT, a rockin' 8 megahertz. It had a Hercules video card, so it was all really low. Well, not low resolution. Actually, it was high resolution for those days. But it was, monochrome. And as soon as the VGA card came out in a price range that I could afford, I sold my Commodore 64, my Commodore 128, and all the disk drives and all my software so I could buy a monitor and VGA card. And that was the best purchase I think I ever made. Because it was so much cooler. The PC at the time had so much more RAM. I mean, it had 10 times as much RAM as my Commodore 64.
Well, that's really cool. I'm going to drive off the path of our questions here for a quick second, because you and I have been talking for a while now about how far technology has advanced. Like, when you got your very first computer, did you ever see these advancements that we see now, where these computers can generate artificial intelligent images? Like, did you ever see that happening back then when you had your first computer?
To the degree that it's happening right now, I think it's exceeding all my wild expectations right now. I mean, the stable diffusion, I don't know what you want to call it, movement, they're opening up tech for anybody to use, really changed things. In the last almost 2 months now, it has just exploded. It went from, minutes an image to literally seconds an image in the last 2 months. I'm blown away. I don't think I saw that coming. When I first got my first computer, we saw lots of new to me anyway. I had a 300 baud modem, and we had lots of local BBSs, and that's where I got most of my software from. Which was, things that people had uploaded to local BBSs and whatnot. And you could see that things were going to change with that. It just was real slow. Like you could drive a disk over to a friend faster than you could send a disk over the modem thing. Matter of fact, my friend Pete and I used to do that all the time. We would just save up stuff on disk and just trade disks every once in a while on things that we wanted to send back and forth, because it was just faster. You could wait a day and still be faster, than what you could do it digitally.
It's funny you say that, because back when I was in high school, I mean, I would definitely say internet has gone faster, but you'd be surprised how many times like I was with my friends and we would just like share things over a flash drive, because we would share some decently big files, and just like to upload it to Google Drive and then have someone download it, it still was like a slow process. So that's very interesting that swapping CDs back then, and this was just not so long ago, I was doing that same exact thing just with USB flash drives. That's just really interesting to think about.
Yeah, we used to joke about bandwidth, that nothing beats a station wagon with DAT tapes in it. It's like you can fill that thing up with, hundreds of DAT tapes and drive them at whatever speed you can get that thing up to. So the bytes per second there goes through the roof.
Man, well, that's really cool. I'm glad we were able to talk about that for a second, because it's amazing to see how far technology has come, and honestly, to hear firsthand to where we are now is just it's amazing. So I want to ask about a little bit more about what you did back then. You said you liked doing art. How long were you doing art for, and if I'm not mistaken, because of the AI, you're still doing art now these days. It's just the computer's generated. Can you talk to us a little bit more about the art you were doing back then to maybe some art you're doing now?
Oh, sure. The art that I did back in the 80s, I was only a teenager when I got my first computer, so I was relatively bad at drawing and, well, bad at everything since I was a teenager. Let's see, my art back then was, any sort of cool rock poster, that sort of thing. I would try to mimic what I would see, and never to any degree that was worth sharing. My art teachers were always giving me nice try, marks, if you will. Keep trying, you'll get it, son. And I was like, yeah, sure I will. Let's see. So that was then, not very competent artist back in the 1983 or 84. These days, I'm still not a competent artist, but I can describe what I want, and AI is getting remarkably good at coming up with cool-looking pictures. Not necessarily what I had in my mind, but it generates things that I'm like, yeah, that would have been in my mind if I'd have been that bright. Yeah, no, it's amazing. The art now, I've been just collecting characters. For the first month of Stable Diffusion's existence, I was afraid that people would just basically take it away from me. So I just generate as many images as I possibly can on different subjects, trying to get characters that I felt would be consistent in a world. And I finally narrowed in on a style that I really enjoy looking at. I don't know if other people would enjoy it as much as I do. I actually think that some shared experience is required for art. The people have to be looking at exactly the same thing for it to be appreciated. And when you have tens of thousands of unique images to sift through, that's a lot to expect of anybody, let alone just me finding the gems. Most people would be overwhelmed with 50,000 by 50,000 pixel image. It would just scroll around. It would take an hour to look at it all, maybe longer.
Might need an AI to sift through all the AI images.
It would help. I definitely need to come up with some sort of new file folder system, because I have folders with the same file names in it because I have a process that I use. So everything is output 001 through 00, however many I have generated. And that's usually in the thousands. And each folder has the same file names in it. So, they're differentiated by topic at the folder level, but the inside of them, they're all, output.png. So it's like, well, is this the one? Is this the one? Oh, is that folder? So I really need like a multi-page way of looking at many folders at the same time, going and scrolling all of them in unison. I watch people, showing their process of reading Reddit. People occasionally share their workflow and whatnot, and it's amazing how fast they are. I'm relatively slow in comparison to these people that have been using Photoshop and this at the same time, and other tools. Just the speed of which they're able to composite things together just is shocking.
Oh yeah.
I think in a year we're going to have some wild things out there. Can't predict what they're going to be, but it's going to be wild, I think.
Oh yeah, indeed. All right. Well, this is a very, very important question that I want to ask you here. What was the very first program that you've ever created?
The very first program I ever created was probably a sprite moving across the screen. The Commodore 64 manual came with a basic programming guide for it, and it taught you how to display a sprite, how to make sounds, and do a few other basic operations with your computer. And that was probably my very first thing. It was probably the version of Balloon demo from the Commodore 64 manual. My parents didn't think to buy me software with the first computer. So I had that manual and the computer to play with for that whole holiday break. And I went to the local bookstore and picked up more programming books on basic computer games. Rather than picking up one game, I got a couple books, and that was much better for me, because that was kind of my bent. I wanted to do something with it, and that was the best way. Having a computer that boots up right into a programming language was great. It kind of forced your hand to go down a certain direction. So first programs really all in BASIC. Took me a while to wrap my head around BASIC in general. It was brand new to me. I'd never really done any programming other than what was in the manual, and picking up books like a big basic games book and more basic games that had things like Hunt the Wampus and other like Eliza, really typical programs that were cool back in the 70s, where those books were what were available to me in my budget. So I typed in a lot of games from those books. Early computers really were about more manual things than they are today.
I have an interesting question that stemmed from that. It's regarding programming books. Now, I've always loved visiting my local libraries, but they've never had many programming books there and they've always told me it's because computers change so much that if they spent money on buying books in the next 2 years or so, those books would be outdated. Was that the same thing back then?
Well, relatively, they were all over the board. I was lucky in that the town that we were living in had a university in it. Sonoma State University was literally right behind my high school. So all of the journals and whatnot that college students were reading is what I had access to. I did not at first. At first, I didn't get the smart idea of going to the college to look at things. But they're relatively all over the board. In the early 80s, computers were still kind of a novelty. Even at the university level, I think their computer department was relatively small. I think they had maybe 20 or 30 terminals that was sufficing the use of all of the students at the time, which is a relatively small amount. A lot of the books at the time were so far above my understanding. It's like my exposure to mathematical notation and things like that. A lot of programming was all about the numbers back in the early 80s, because it's like you couldn't do a lot. So the books were relatively primitive, and I had access to the books at the university.
So we were talking about BASIC here a little bit, but at the time, what other programming languages were you working under, and were there any that you wanted to learn instead, or what was like that kind of flow like with your programming languages back then?
Well, it went from BASIC to assembly language, 6502 assembly language specifically. It's what the Commodore 64 had in it, 6502 variation. And and in school we did Pascal and COBOL and RPG and a number of other things. That was actually kind of later in my career. Once I actually got out of high school, I went to work at a junior college. I was taking classes there, and the job that I got was as a lab assistant in the computer lab. So all of the students would come in, and they had terminals and PCs, and we had just gotten some Macs. But as a lab assistant, I was there to basically fix printer jams. Somebody would come in and say, "Hey, I can't print," that sort of thing. But that ultimately led to me helping people with homework and learning all of the various pieces of software that the college was teaching. And then the students would come in so I had to be familiar with, I could field a Pascal question or a COBOL question or a database 3 question, those sort of things. Back when the software catalog of the world was relatively shallow, there was hundreds of programs that were popular, not tens of thousands of them.
Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Assembly is low-level programming. It's right there. Is it machine level at that time, or is there one step in between?
Well, machine code is usually just bytes.
Okay.
Assembly language is a little more human-friendly. Instead of typing 0CX, and whatnot, you would actually have a mnemonic value like ADC or LDA or whatever the command is that you were trying to do. It was a little bit more verbose than most things, but it was also very simple. I mean, the computers, the 6502 had 3 registers. Well, it technically had a couple, other things you could use like registers, but AX and Y, those were your variables. So you had to, do things elaborately. Because it didn't, lots of variable swapping and things to just get anything to do done.
Would you say it was more basic than basic?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, it was more basic than basic. It was a lot more demanding of you because you had to plan out a lot more, and you had to figure out where the variables were going to be stored, and addresses were important in assembly language. And basic, not as much. I mean, the addresses of what the sprite control registers was important, but not in the same way. Like you had to, I'm going to put this variable right here. That's the type of things you'd have to do and specify in assembly language, whereas basic or any other high-level language, you wouldn't have to do those same things.
Yeah. So as programming became more of an interest, did it ever take driver's seat over other projects you were working on, like how you said you were working on art? When did it start becoming the driving position?
Oh, that's a good question. I think the first when it's kind of when my obsession took over, if you will, because there was a point in time where I was very interested in computers, and then there was a point where I was super interested in it. That's all I wanted to do. And that didn't probably kick in until probably 85 or 86. Before that, I was kind of a casual programmer. But yeah, did it take over? It was a couple years of just kind of being a hobbyist, if you will. And obviously, I was a hobbyist up until 1990 when I got my first job. Before that, I was a hobbyist.
Yes. So moving into LucasArts, can you tell us how you found the job?
Oh, sure. I was working at the computer lab at the Santa Rosa Junior College, fixing printers and helping people with homework. And the lab coordinator, she had gotten I think a physical letter from LucasArts that said that they were looking for game programmers and game testers. And she passed that on to me because she knew that I liked games and working on software. And she was interested in having her students be successful. Normally, they routed people into working at the county. So anybody that showed the ability to program in COBOL was routed in a certain business direction. It's like, oh, the county really could use you. Anyway, she saw this letter that said that we're looking for, and I wrote up my resume, and I immediately started writing something I thought would be cool, because I saw their demo of, I think it was Indiana Jones, and it had their opening sequence with the train cars going by.
Yeah.
And all of that, and it was like so fast and cool. I wanted to do something like that, so I, grabbed their logo and I did some, fancy transformations on it and whatnot. And I thought it was really cool. I thought it would show performance, that I cared about those sort of things and went that extra mile. They never looked at it. Which was kind of disappointing at the time because I put all this effort into it, and I'm like, really, you don't want to see it? I promise
Yeah.
it's cool. But they didn't want to provided unsolicited games or things like that. They didn't want to, if they had something in progress, if you had somebody random come up to you and say, this is what I'm doing, and it overlaps with something that somebody else is doing, then suddenly there's liabilities and whatnot. So I understand why they didn't want to see it at the time.
Did they eventually see it though?
No. Actually, that just withered away on a disc somewhere. I had been working on a different game at the time. There was a game that I saw called Columns, and it was fascinating. I was like, oh, this is a really fun game, and it had some aspects that I didn't like, so I wrote a version of it. I'm like, I really want these pieces to do diagonals, and so I'm like, oh, I'll just write one, and I wrote a game in a few days and released it at local BBS and whatnot. They did see that. Yes, the equivalent of Steam. Yeah, the software distribution. Throw it out there and see if anybody ever gets it. I had no email address or anything like that, so no one could get in touch with me. So I really got no feedback on that, other than I threw it out there. Yeah, no, they didn't really look at any of my software beforehand. They just took it all on my word that I would write software.
So keeping in the vein of LucasArts here, can you talk to us about Ron Gilbert? What was it like meeting him for the very first time?
Oh, well, everybody was so impressive at LucasArts, the makers of Star Wars. They're gods among men. So walking into that was amazing to me. I was meeting people that had been in the industry for years. And at the time, I considered them my peers age-wise, but they had so much more experience than I had. Both Ron and Eric were the two people that, they had been in, building software for professionally for at least 6 or 7 years at that point. So, and maybe even longer with Eric. But they were intimidating, actually. Really, really smart people. Just really hard questions, and we joked around a bit because the comedy was a lot of the interviewing process at LucasArts. They wanted people that were funny, and they were funny themselves. So, humor was involved in the interviewing process. They wanted people with good sense of humor, which I believe I said I had a greatest sense of humor. And then, of course, they called me on my BS and, tell me a joke. I'm like, I don't have a joke. I was more thinking it was like, I have a sense of humor. I can tell you when something's funny, rather, that was my pathetic, turnaround trying to, I don't have a good joke. These people were all impressive. Heck, the game testers, you would think it would just be the lowest on the rung of, things, but these people were incredibly intelligent too. We had literal rocket scientists, on some of these, people who were, working, getting their PhD at Berkeley in science, so it's like all strata of, the company. You never knew who you were speaking to or what their skill set was, but you could almost guarantee that it was something impressive.
That's really cool. I like that. And I love to hear that the entire team there for Lucas was a bunch of amazing people. That's really, really cool. Speaking about Lucas there, of course, Lucas, they've done amazing films and things. Did you ever get a chance to meet any famous people?
I was only at Lucas for 2 years, and during that 2 years, I was so busy just existing and trying to keep up with people so much. Wow. I was working most of the time, so for whatever reason, I didn't always check we had one email machine and one working machine, and for whatever reason, I never checked any of the email stuff, so I was constantly missing out on, hey, come, be an extra in this movie. I never read those, so I never went to any of those. So I didn't really meet a lot of people.
At Lucas, if I'm not mistaken, there was something called the Ranch. Were you ever at the Ranch?
Yes, that's Lucasfilm Games at the time was located on Skywalker Ranch in these little picturesque buildings behind the main house. I think they were the stable house, and they had converted a stable into offices. I mean, they called it a stable house, but it was, not a stable. It was pretty well put together for a stable. Let's see. Yeah, it was at the ranch. That was an amazing place, just because the history. It's like you could go into the foyer of the place, and there would be artifacts from various movies there. Like the actual lightsaber, that was used on the set. You could see those things right there in front of you, and that was really quite fascinating.
So, it's time to jump back into some more very program-related questions. Let's talk about what Scum and Sputum is. Can you explain to everyone here what they mean and what your first experience was with the software?
Sure. Scum is actually kind of an overused thing, because it was both the compiler and the name of the system itself. So it was the script creation utility for Maniac Mansion. And that was also the moniker of the compiler and the system. So when you talked about Scum, you were talking about not just the language, but you were talking about the various tools that come along with it. But the most famous part of it is probably the language. It was quite advanced for the time, and still is actually kind of cool, and hold its own in the concurrency side of things. Like it had the ability to cooperatively multitask back when it wasn't the norm. So it rightfully so is very famous. It is cool tech. Sputum, on the other hand, is the thing that most people are probably familiar with. That's the actual game engine itself. It's what runs on whatever platform. You had a kind of a virtualized machine.
Okay.
And the game programmers would write to this virtualized machine, like the machine, if you will, knew about actors and knew about sounds and knew about objects and walk boxes and things like that. And the language would allow people to write in higher level commands, like walk actor from this position to this position, say this line, check to see if you have this inventory item, and then say this line instead. Those sort of logic elements were there. But so the engine was Sputum. This compiler / linker, if you will, was Scum.
Okay.
We had another set of tools. Let's see what I'll tell you what we had when I first started. You had Scum, compiler linker. I had Mucus, which is almost Scum spelled backwards. So it's MMUCUS, is almost SCUMM. And that was the program that would take the art from Deluxe Paint and the information stored in another program called Phlegm. Phlegm was a tool that lets you define where objects were at on the screen and where you could walk, what objects clipped in front of you or you clipped behind, etc. And then there was another tool called Bile. It was a animation tool. it had layers and a lot of the elements that later we kind of expanded on. But it had a lot of those things built in that just were harder to get at because of the tools. Or well, just importing data from Deluxe Paint was a chore back in the day. So a lot of art was, drawn in this, program that wasn't quite as robust as ePaint was. It had animation facilities that, like limbs and things like that, and choreographies, where you could play one animation on, and then it would start moving. Like you could have somebody talking, and you could also have somebody talking and walking at the same time. And those sort of actions, the animation system had that concurrency built in, and which was kind of cool. They also had a program called Spit, and it was for making fonts. Not that we ever really made very many fonts. I think there was maybe like 2 or 3 different fonts used over the years.
Yeah.
The whole tool for 3 instances of use. Not the greatest resource allocation there. But so that was what they had.
Yeah.
They had the engine, which was Sputum, and the engine itself had been ported. It started out on the Commodore 64, and then went from the Commodore 64 to the PC, and the PC to, I don't know if it was the Atari ST or the Amiga. It was one of those 2 first. Also, the NES, and some towns, and a whole variety of things. It had already been ported to that by the time I had started at there. It was well established.
Yeah.
I mean, they had already made I think 3 games with it by the time I started. They were all 16 color games. So really high tech by today's standards, 16 colors.
Yes.
So the first year of my time was spent upgrading tools, and the data from, once we went to 256 color, everything needed to change. All of the tools were written for EGA 16 colors, fixed palette. So obviously we needed to upgrade that. So that's what my role was. I took Bile and turned it into a 256 color version of their thing, and did the same for Phlegm and Mucus. So I was basically, as the junior programmer of the team, I got all of the things nobody had time to be doing up to that point, because both Ron and Eric had they had jobs and they had responsibilities. So there was lots of things that fell into my lap that were, it's not necessarily the fun task, but it happens to be the type of task that I enjoy doing. I'm kind of jumping into some of your questions in here. It's like I had to learn everything, actually. So everything existed and had a purpose, if you will. But I learned the system at a different level than the game programmers learned it. Because I was taking it apart at the fundamental levels. Like, so when I learned about how the walk boxes worked, I learned by, parsing the walk box information and porting that code from, 16 color, whatnot, to 256 color, and, fix all the bugs. And at the time, you had, you can see when you look at Scum VM that there's a number of specializations for each version of the language that we shipped, and it's quite intricately weaved, the compatibility that they've done. So when we first started, we had 2-byte identifiers for things, and that wasn't enough, really. So we upgraded to actual proper riff structure. So we were, had things more organized, and same concept that they had before, just more data structure, because we got a little bit more RAM And as we got more RAM, we could, instead of having 2 bytes for your identifiers, hey, 4 bytes. That we'll biggie size it to 4 bytes. But that allowed us to make the structures and whatnot a little bit more general and reusable, and kind of the patterns of like multi-state objects and things like that. We changed a lot of things. UCAS and Vile and all of those things. The formats had to stay the same because they had products that were already in existence that needed to continue to work. So I had to work within. It was expected that it wouldn't stop functioning, and it would do what it did before, but now with 256 colors rather than 16. So there was a lot of constraints on what the product did.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, how you had to keep sort of the backwards compatibility. And I'm going to throw 2 questions here at you at the same time, because we also talked about how Scum was running on so many different targets like DOS, Windows, and Mac, and consoles like NES and 3DO. But I want to jump back to that part here for a second. Because you said that was basically already done. Was Scum modular enough, and this is a fan question, by the way, was it modular enough that Sputum was easily rewritable for each of those targets and not necessarily break the Scum coding that was going on?
Yes, that was the secret sauce, if you will. The game was written for this virtual platform, this Scum VM, the virtual machine, if you will, and the game programmers would write a script that looked a certain way, but the actors were dealt with abstractly. Like the game programmer didn't say, draw this limit specifically here. That was handled by a tool, and the game was built. It had a screen, had sounds, had a heap, had actors, had dialogue, had fonts, had sources that could be loaded off disk, and then we had the engine, and that would play back. It's like a player, like if you could imagine the game itself was like a movie file, and the game was just this collection of data that would be interpreted by Sputum. And it would be interpreted by Sputum on whatever the platform was. So in theory, you could port the engine and then the games would just automatically come with that. So, and it was pretty modular. The game code started in an assembly language. And when they went to the PC, I believe it was Eric and to some degree Ron. Ron took a vacation and went to China, and at some point, or at least this is the story that I was told from Eric. And Eric started taking the 6502 code and transcribing it into C. So it was, getting it working again, but instead of it being 6502, it was C code, emulating what the 6502 could do. So there was lots of global variables and whatnot in the engine. Even some at some point, I believe there was probably an AX and Y register variable, global variables called, X, Y, and A. But it was portable. After it got to C, it was a lot more portable than it was when it was 6502.
Yes. During that writing period of making it C, do you know if Eric was trying to, because you mentioned emulating, do you think he was trying to, and also for backwards compatibility, do you think he was trying to emulate what that original code did, or do you believe he had the mind and set Sputum needs to be rewritten, but it also needs to be able to work with the products we already had, but it needs to be rewritten? How would you, if you know what his mindset was, how would you explain that?
He did build it with the intention of making it easier to go from platform to platform. Lots of computers existed, and they all worked fairly similarly internally, but had different ways of, talking to the graphics card or the memory, etc.
Yeah.
But those sort of things are really artifacts of the machine, not necessarily of the game itself.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, it was definitely in his mind to take products from the Commodore 64 and make them work on the Atari 800, or they had already been doing lots of product, not remake, but the game would be designed in a long time. You'd build a game, then you would port that game to
Right.
something else, and usually that was a game was its code,
Right.
and then you would have to upgrade it, so instead of talking to the Commodore 64 hardware, it talks to the Atari 800 hardware.
Right.
But they both had the concept of a sprite, and they both had the concept of a background, and your game programmer just thinking on those levels would be better served.
I bet that was a difficult thing to work with there. Like you said already with graphics, like making sure these things can draw with their API. I bet that was maybe not difficult, daunting. Not sure what the right category to put that under, but that must have been an experience.
It was definitely an experience. Lots of old computers had quirky hardware.
Yeah.
Like some things treated, graphics as bit planes, and some had it as chunky pixels where 4 bits would be next to each other.
Yeah.
Another platform might have those 4 bits stratiated into different, bit planes. Yeah, all of that stuff needed to be abstracted away because you didn't want your game people. They don't give a crap about that. They just want Guybrush to be on the screen and a particular size and talking in a certain way. They don't care that he's made up of 4 or 5 bit planes. That shouldn't matter to them.
Right.
And it also shouldn't matter what it looks like as well. I mean, because the system, as I know you've played around with Scum VM quite a bit and seen the inner workings of this stuff. Things were set up with a kind of familiar pattern. Everybody, all the actors, had walk cycles, talk cycles, these sort of things. And so in theory, you could, just replace, which actor with a new costume. The actor is the variable. He's number, 1 or 2 or, whatever. But what his guise is at that time was abstracted away. So you could replace, a character with a completely different set of art, and you could write your game, with whatever characters you had and walk them around and all of that stuff, even though it wasn't the right character. It could be, the dummy character that you're walking around. It's still a dummy character can write, or talk and walk and be in the right position, and that art could be being drawn while you're using the dummy temporarily. So
I like that a lot. That was one of my personal set of questions that I wanted to learn more about, because it's really interesting to see how it was taken to so many different targets and how modular and versatile Scum itself was. So that's really, really cool. I like that. But Scum itself, correct me if I'm wrong, did you have to go through Scum University as well?
I did, and I was there for about a week, and then Eric wanted me to work on something else. So I went from Scum U, where Ron and we had a bunch of people that were hired the same day as I was. We had Tammy Borwick, Mike Stemley, Tony Shea, Hal Barrowwood, and I think that was my Scum U class. Those people. And we were all given, a seat at the table, if you will, where they basically had us up in the attic of the big main house at the ranch, and we had our computers all set up in a little square, and then Ron or Tim or Dave would come up and talk about what it was like to use the system. Ron would say, "This is what we call a variable, or and this is how you define a variable in our syntax, etc.
Yeah.
And then, this is phlegm, and this is how you define a box, and this is how you define an object, and all of that.
Yeah.
And after about a week, I had it not down. I mean, by any means. I mean, I was fascinated by all of the tools, especially Bile.
Yeah.
Bile was my eye opener, if you will. I was like, oh, that's so much better than what I was doing in so many different ways,
Yes.
So after about a week of that, I went and I got my first real task, which was to take C code that had already been written and was perfectly working fine. And they'd been using it, and they let me write it in assembly language. Take it so that we could see if we could get the actor drawers to be faster. And generally, so compilers obviously get better and better every year. There was a point in time where compilers' optimization strategies, weren't as robust as they are today.
Yeah.
So it's like it would, squirt out the least effort for it to get the code to work, which not necessarily the fastest way to get the processor to do what you wanted. And so my first task was to write actor scaling routines for the EGA version of Monkey Island. That interrupted my Scum U. But it was actually really good because since I had to deal with things at a lower level than the game programmers, my concerns were different.
Yeah.
So it's like, how something is compressed and stored on disk isn't really important to the game programmer.
Yeah, it was more of a shorter university for you then, and then they kind of just threw the reins at you, then being like, hey, actually we need Bile, we need Spit, we need all that redone. Do you think we could just hand this over to you right now, please?
Right. Well, I was hired with that in mind.
Yeah.
I mean, that they knew that they wanted to upgrade. They knew VGA was coming around the corner. They had a port of not Maniac Mansion. It was Zach McCracken that they were doing, and it was being done on the FM Towns, which was a really cool piece of hardware. It was compared to your typical PC, it was really high tech. It was a 386, had tons of memory, and it had Sega hardware in there for doing graphics.
Yeah.
So it was like a VGA card plus stuff, plus really cool things. But the tool set was still 16 color. I mean, they had to go in there and say, okay, EGA Fugly Purple is, really, a skin tone, or, so they had to do a lot of guessing, but, would look like crap in the 16 color tool. But when you put it in the actual product, it would look pretty. So there was a little bit of palette manipulation going on. Let's see. They started me in right quick doing things, and I think after I proved myself with writing the thing, and it worked, which was great. That helped. It was having working C code to start with. Just was great, because I had a working example. You could switch, my code for this code, and if it functioned the same, then hey, I did a good job.
Yeah.
If it didn't function or it didn't look the same, I did a bad job.
Right.
Scum U was that for me. There were a lot of lessons that I know that they went on to cover in actual game design and game flow, and things that I missed out on. The way that Ron builds puzzles and has these dependency graphs, if you will. So when he's designing something, he can make sure that it's like you can't, you put behind a puzzle lock, if you will. If you can't get the item, you could have never gotten this item by the time you're here, or, So there's these weird graphs that you can kind of take things and lay them out so that you don't have those same pockets of problems where you're like, oh, well, these this item is dependent on this story structure and this element, and you have to have that, and it, it's a graph, if you will. It's like you get to here, and if you don't have this, so where did the key come from?
Right. Yeah.
It's like you can see a hole in your logic, if you will, of the game as a whole. And I missed out on that. I think I still have a less of a firm grasp on all the finer details of that. What's my problem domain, so I didn't have to.
Wow. Of course. It definitely is very interesting to see how your journey in that university had went compared to everyone else who was in your class. Because you were hired on as a system programmer, someone who was there to develop the tools. When it was time, was I should really ask first, was this around the times where Ron and Eric kind of handed over the reins of Sputum to you, or were they still kind of holding it on like it was their child or something like that?
Oh, it was definitely their child. The engine itself was, the face of the game. So Ron and Eric definitely were more in charge of that. I came into play with, writing the graphic routines to make them faster, or the heap allocator, making it, shuffle things around in memory as efficiently as it could. They kept my the damage that I could do very localized, if you will, which makes sense. Like give him specific tasks. It's like, make the actors, have different header sizes and work the same, but with more colors. Those sort of things were my domain, if you will. But yeah.
Well, it is well known of the amazing work that you do on the Sputum engine, but was there any work that you did in Scum for any of the adventure games at Lucas? And if there was, what was your favorite piece that you did for Scum?
I never did any Scum work in the language itself while at LucasArts. I did a lot more of that at Humongous. And they really never handed off the reins on the engine. I was more on the tool side of things. And what I did do in the engine were things like optimizations. So it's like take this routine that was written in C and make it all assembly language, and make it plug-in compatible. Make it work exactly the same, but just faster. So they kept it very localized. When I went to Humongous, we no longer had Eric or Vince. Vince Lee was another programmer that we had on our team at Lucas, or Mark Haig Hutchinson. These were all people that were in the system team, and worked on making things happen. So once we moved up to Humongous, I started taking on more of what Eric would do. So Ron would do the language, and I would do more on the platform side of the interpreter. So like when we the games were all built on the PC after it was ported to the PC, and we had an engine and tools that were all PC centric. Went to a platform, we would hire specialized engineers that were best in their domain. So it's like Vince Lee was a Amiga expert, and he was in charge of basically making the engine run as performant as it could be on the Amiga hardware. And we had like Dan Filner, I believe, did the Atari ST version, also very amazing programmer, very specific to that hardware. He knew it inside and out. When we were up at Humongous, we didn't have all the same platform targets as those, but we also didn't have that staff. So as things as our product catalog expanded, so did our platforms. We had the opportunity to make something work on the 3DO. So when it came to doing that, I was the person tasked with making it run on the 3DO. So which was that was kind of like my first real foray into the actual engine rather than the tools. And it was quite interesting. Before that, the engine was very portable. It was always made to be. It was, it moved from platform to platform, and it's just in its natural state. And then we had people, very talented people, build the specific, version of Sputum for the Atari, for the etc. Going to the 3DO, I did that, and that's where I learned a lot of things about the actual engine that I hadn't. There's plenty of things like message processing and things like that while working on the code to draw an actor, isn't this, I didn't need to know, how their input system worked or anything like that. Not until I got in charge of, making a new input system and passing those messages on. And when we did that, started a porting thing. We abstracted it even further away than it was. So we had versions of the graphic routines. We had the sound system, and we had different subsystems that we would write. And we started making the subsystems have like a generic C version. Everything always had a C version of it, so it would be portable. And then we would, fix the actor drawers so they're in assembly, memory moves and assembly, etc. And only do that to the functions it needed. And we started building a work-like, so you don't want all your code to be platform specific. Certainly not in the game, and also in the engine we didn't want it as well. So we kind of started making the platform one layer removed even from what it was already. And that actually saved us a number of times. Like when we went to next big upgrade after the 3DO was we went to Windows. And that was a very, very different platform than what we had previously had. Most of the computers weren't cooperative multitasking in their nature. It was like your game, if you were playing a game, most likely you had full control over the machine and you were talking to whatever portions it was, and then when you quit the game, then the operating system came back. Very different when you have an operating system and you have to work within it. So as we abstracted things away, we got more complete, more adept at keeping the platforms in sync. After we got Windows working, we went and got it working on the Mac. And then once we got it working there, we made sure that we continued to maintain those paths in parallel. So that we could release on the Mac and the PC at the same time. After we did it the first time, we had Windows only, and then we ported it to Mac. And then once we got a working Mac version, then we would keep them in sync, so that we could pull out one game on two different platforms, which was really useful. For our company.
And I actually want to circle back to that when we dive a little bit more deeper into Humongous, because there's a lot of questions I have regarding how the tech has upgraded. But before we dive deeper into Humongous here, I want to ask this. This is a really interesting question. Did Sputum or Scum kickstart any of your personal projects at the time? And if so, what were they?
I didn't do any real personal projects while I was working at Humongous or at LucasArts. LucasArts, I actually did have one project that I did I had started before I had built this game called Beyond Columns. And I liked the game, and I thought it was really cool. And before I actually ended up getting hired by LucasArts, I went in and I made a whole new version of it that I later titled it Fallout,
Yeah.
which was a terrible name in retrospect. Never name your game something that somebody's going to come out with a better game of. But anyway, so while I was working at LucasArts, I kind of silently released a shareware version of my game.
Yeah.
Which wasn't, I didn't ask permission.
Oh?
I figured it was better just to do it and, not tell anybody, because what are they going to do, make me recall it. It's already out there. I can't do that. It's already out there in the ether.
Yeah. It's better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So personal projects, I didn't really do a lot for about a decade. I worked on the engine. I had more problems to solve in the engine for the various games than I had time for. And I kind of did get to do a personal project. Like I built a junior arcade game.
Yeah.
And that was kind of like a personal project, if you will. I really wanted to do something that had lots of parallax scrolling and kind of captured the Moon Commander. Oh, that's not the right name. Anyway, a horizontal scrolling game with a parallax effects, and I thought that would be cool. And I made that game happen. That was a kind of a personal side project. It was a Pajama Sam in a boat.
Yeah, that was
Lost and
Lost and Found. Yeah.
Yeah, that was kind of my, if you want to say, personal project. It came out okay.
Yes.
It could have been a lot better than it was, but that was my if you will, personal project. Wasn't involved, in my daily norm.
Right. It's I actually want to quickly talk about Lost and Found here. For the year that it came out, 1998, and I want to briefly talk about it because, again, we're going to be talking about it a little bit more down in the line. Lost and Found looked like it was a very technically advanced game, especially for Sputum. Was it on Sputum's side?
It really was just exercising things that the system could do that no one had been using it for. So it had those facilities in there. I just I wanted to see them used in a particular way. So I did it. It really, the system had the capacity to do that the entire time. It just, we weren't using it for that. And along those, we had lots of little junior arcade games that we did, and those pushed the engine in different ways than the Junior Adventures did. The Junior Adventures had, after we figured out a process, became very, not similar. I mean, there were still lots of programming and lots of things that you had to do engineering-wise, but they didn't push the engine in the same way as the arcade games did.
Yeah. Interesting.
Most advanced game that we did was Moon-Based Commander.
Yeah.
That used every portion of the system and more. I had taken a sabbatical in 2000.
Yeah.
And the project was still being worked on, and I came back all on sabbatical to work on Moon-Based Commander on contract, which was cool. It was cool to see it really ship because it used everything. It was 4-player multiplayer, spectacularly good gameplay.
Yeah.
The sound was really good. It used, the new sound system and things like that. So it was pretty cool. I think out of all of the items of, what could Sputum do? Moonbase Commander is what Sputum could do.
Yes. And Moonbase is a fantastic game. I love playing Moonbase and just being able to. Sometimes I forget that it is running under Sputum because it is well crafted.
Yeah, it definitely. Well, Rhett Mathis was a genius. Just at using any sort of software. I mean, he was good at Scum, because that was what his platform was. It would have been great, I think, no matter where he went with the technology. He just happened to use Scum, and it happened to be a great showcase for the technology.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's circle all the way back around to the start of Humongous. Then this might be a weird question to ask, but do you know why Ron wanted to start a new company? Was there something at LucasArts that was not providing him what he wanted?
Well, I don't know if there was any, lack of opportunity for Ron at LucasArts or anything like that. I mean, I think there was a combination of things. He was given more time to interact with Shelley Day's kid.
Yeah.
Who would watch Travis play, like Monkey Island. He was young enough to where he didn't have any idea of what was going on in the game itself, but he loved opening doors and shutting doors and clicking on things and making the character move from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Even though he couldn't understand what was going on in the game, and I believe that was the genesis of, hey, what if you made one of these just for kids?
Yes.
And nobody's doing that. I mean, there are games for children out there, but they were not the same as like the Junior Adventure experience, where it was just fun and storytelling. Most of the children's software had, purpose, like teaching you how to type, or all about why you don't want to get cholera. No.
I remember those games. Great games. The Oregon Trail, right? Yeah.
Yes. Exactly. Dysentery.
Yeah.
Dysentery.
Yeah.
So I think it was a combination of things. Seeing that as an opportunity, as a market that was untapped.
Right.
I think that was really a big thing. We were going to do other games. We had, an adventure game idea that Ron was floating around, and we had all kinds of big plans and whatnot of what could happen. But children's was where we decided to start.
Right.
And eventually we did branch out into more. I hate to use the word adult, but adult games, which would be people older than 7.
Right.
And we did that with Cave Dog. So that came eventually. It wasn't our initial drive.
Yeah.
For the first few years, anyway.
I've definitely heard stories about how Ron wanted to do that because of his kids clicking around on the screen and just not like fully understanding the story. So that's really cool that was the message behind the start of Humongous Entertainment. That's really cool. Humongous's first game was Putt-Putt Joins the Parade. At that time, how different was Scum from the last version that you worked on at LucasArts?
It was almost exactly the same engine. During the time period, Ron had started working on a new version of the compiler that did math and just structured things better internally in the compiler, so it could do math expressions properly, and things like that. So Ron was working on that technology when he left Lucas to start Humongous. He left a little earlier than I did, and he was working on the new compiler and other implementing the compiler side of things in the engine itself. But the overlap was it was almost the same exact engine, with the exception of the new compiler, which I believe we shipped first with the new version of the compiler. And we also had to do a completely different sound system because IMUS wasn't a option for us. That was technology that Lucas was going to keep. Rightfully so. It was pretty slick technology. The versions were really same, actually, probably up until about 93 or 94. That's when things started getting really different. Our projects we just had to do things slightly different because we had different end goals and whatnot. But we kept the engine as small incremental changes over time. It evolved. We didn't just build the technology. We always had a reason why we were adding something to it. We didn't have the luxury of just sitting around going, hey, let's create things because we can create them. But yeah, no, there was a lot of overlap in those first few titles. Like, I believe Putt-putt, Fatty Bear worked almost the same as, internally as Sam and Max and the Tentacle. Since we built things, we were always improving the tools and whatnot. But once we had the kind of the core structure down of how the animation system worked, it was about building data for that animation system to play back and not more about the animation system anymore. So we built tools to build that data. And that's where most of the things that Humongous built, since Ron was smart enough to take the guy who redid the tools with him. That was very smart.
Yes.
Very clever move, I would say.
Yes, I definitely would say so as well.
So the tools were the magic part of what Humongous brought back to Lucas. They at some point we stopped being exactly the same engine. Just it went very far, especially once we went to Windows as a target. Things we just changed everything because we had to, and we were no longer keeping in sync as well as we could. We were too busy just building new things, so we never actually got together and merged a lot of the later things that we did. When we sent them all over, the agreement was that we basically send everything that we do to them, and we continue to maintain the tools, and that's why we were able to use it. It was a smart deal on everybody's part. Wish I'd have done that myself.
It is definitely noticeable regarding how the turns went with the different engines between LucasArts and Humongous, because around the time of Putt-putt Saves the Zoo, when that came out, if I'm not mistaken, the Dig was released in the same year as Putt-putt Saves the Zoo, but by that time, Humongous's Sputum was already using 640 by 480 pixels, and the Dig was still using 320 by 200. Was this mostly just because of the loss of talking between each company and being like, hey, this is what we added, like that?
No, it really wasn't a loss of communication. The Dig had been in production for a fair amount of time. The time it shipped, I mean, it was always a version being worked on by somebody. So the project had a huge existing game that they couldn't just up and change from 320 200 to 640 by 480. It was well in progress. They had lots of art and assets invested in it, so time-wise they just couldn't make the same leap. And in honesty, we made it at the right time for us. It was probably a little earlier, and the game market really, it wasn't there in the same way, hardware-wise. It did eventually come. I mean, Windows became the platform to go to, because everybody was running it, and it was a necessity to basically start playing nice with others in the Windows.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we didn't we shared everything.
Right.
But there was a point where it's like we changed the file types because it was easier to parse. We had a new engineer that was working on, like I had done with the 16 color to VGA color upgrades. We had another engineer that was doing the same things, because once we went to 640 by 480 and we were going in Windows, we were using it internally in the studio for everything.
Yeah.
And once we went to 640 by 480, Alt-Tab between the game and your tool or your game in Windows, at 640 by 480, the VGA hardware didn't always reset properly. So as you would Alt-Tab away from something, you might be Alt-Tabbing to go to Phlegm because you wanted to define a new object.
Right.
And suddenly Phlegm, stops running while you're Alt-Tabbing. It's like, I'll just test this in the game and Alt-Tab away and then come back and Phlegm's gone, and that sort of thing happened. So we built new versions of the tools that ran specifically in Windows and ran much smoother. And I don't think that the teams at LucasArts really had time to integrate these tools.
Gotcha.
In their workflow, and the games were already well underway.
Right. Interesting. Okay. Well, one of the tools you mentioned already was iMuse, and this was an interesting turn that I always saw in development with, because the Curse of Monkey Island, if I'm not mistaken, was the last game that Lucas did in Scum. But something that I always found interesting was the Curse of Monkey Island basically had CD quality music and dialogue, while, if I'm not mistaken, the first game Humongous had was either Games to Play on Any Day or Moon-Based Commander. Was that because the tool of iMuse was at LucasArts and Humongous just... What was like the reasoning behind sound being later developed in the later times?
Well, the easy answer is the engine didn't have native sound for the longest time, and sounds on PC speaker was beeps and boops, and it really wasn't pleasant to listen to. So sound wasn't really that big a thing until iMuse came around.
Okay.
And iMuse was MIDI, and had a lot of really fancy interactive options, so they could branch internally and do some really sweet things with adapting to what was going on in the game and all of that, which was really cool tech. MIDI sounds great on the right hardware.
Yes.
It's just beautiful sounding. And when we started doing digital audio, the very first audio cards that we had access to were all 8-bit 11K audio. So that was kind of the highest tech option at the time.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't have stored data at 16 bits because there was no way to play back 16-bit data at the time. Now it's twice as big data-wise for us. Audio was like the biggest eater of data in these games. The fidelity was much higher than what we were dealing with, and we couldn't really play, so we stayed at 8-bit 11K audio because that was the technology that we licensed from, I don't remember who it was at this point, but they had the ability to play back audio through the parallel port, I believe, and directly to the Sound Blaster and ad-lib card. at the time, these were the types of things that you had to buy an add-on card to play music. It wasn't something that computers just did. Or at least not those computers. It's funny, the 3DO version of putt-putt and Fatty Bear, I believe, have 22 kilohertz audio.
Yes.
We actually recorded the beautiful music that we had,
Yes.
and we played it at half CD sampling rate.
Yeah.
as we couldn't afford full CD sampling rate, mainly because we needed to load in graphic data and the sound at the same time, and we needed to be able to spottily change between them.
Yeah.
But we could afford 22 kilohertz, so we did that.
Yeah.
We also did, and it's really subtle. I'm not sure that anybody would have ever noticed it, but when we had walk-talk actors like putt-putt, we actually triggered sound scaling based on where the actor's position was on the screen.
What?
Yeah, I mean, it's very subtle.
Yeah.
And it didn't work for actors like Smokey because he was placed in a different position on the screen than he actually was kind of located at. So his sound didn't always center just right. But putt-putt, when it goes between positions, there should be a very subtle hint of right channel, left channel audio differences there.
I didn't know that.
That didn't make it into the Windows mixer.
Okay.
And the reason the Windows mixer stayed at 8-bit, 11 kilohertz was purely it's like I did not want to write another mixer.
Okay.
It actually was really difficult to get sound playing on Windows.
Huh.
It had a great API.
Yeah.
Everybody's drivers didn't necessarily implement the API in the same way. So it's like when we wanted to start a looping sound, you know, some people would have a 10 millisecond delay in there for no reason, which in sound just basically kills the illusion of seamless music. And so we had to play all kinds of really strange tricks. Like Windows was kind of built around the idea when you trigger a sound effect, it plays a sound effect and then stops playing the sound effect and something else can go use that sound device. And we needed to trigger sounds quickly.
Right.
And when you have something that has an inherent latency in it, like you can't predict, we had to do all kinds of strange things. And audio was not my bag of tricks. I mean, I wrote it just fine, and it sufficed for years. But I always really wish we had hired an actual audio engineer just for that.
Right.
My passion was not audio. You know, we should have upgraded it. Once Direct Sound came out, we did make an attempt to make a work-alike for Direct Sound. It was really just same thing. I think Moonbase actually used much higher quality audio. I don't remember if it was full CD or not.
I think it was 44 kilohertz, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so audio-wise, it was 8K 11 hertz for forever because I didn't want to write another audio system. I mean, the amount of times that I heard the startup of Freddy Fish and trying to get that not to have audio cracks in it, I can't even count. It's in the tens of thousands of times that I started that damn game up.
Yeah.
You know, trying to get that, you know, first opening sequence to actually play audio smoothly. We eventually did get it, and it went okay. But I really wish we had had a dedicated engineer to that.
Yeah. It's very interesting you mentioned that, because when I did the interview with George Sanger, we were talking about his technology that he had when making music, and he definitely mentioned early on about like how some limitations with his MIDI devices, like he would go and write a song and then it just would not sound the same on other machines. So that's definitely very interesting to talk about and hear about it on Sputum side, about how they had iMuse and you guys were building it right into the system. It's definitely interesting to see how those two roads went. But other technology that Sputum had, and we were talking about walk boxes already and Z-planes. Now the Curse of Monkey Island, and this is probably because it was already in development, like we were talking about with the Dig, how it's been in development before parity between the two revisions of the engine worked out with each other. But to my knowledge, Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo was the last game to actually use seaplanes. Why was this tech phased out quickly at Humongous versus LucasArts? Was it because Ron wanted to switch over to the new type of
graphics where it was hand drawn and stuff like that?
Yeah, the movement from actually we did pixel art in the click points and stuff like that. Those were all digitally done. But yeah, no, not having walking actors. That basically meant that we could control when something was going behind and in front of things, and we could just clip it right there. It really came down to speed and simplicity. Speed on the side of to just draw 640 by 480 at one point was quite a trick. I mean, everybody else was at we were used to pushing around 320 by 200, and 640 by 480 is almost 5 times as much data. So we had to use all that excess CPU time that we had just drawing pixels. So Z clipping and things like that. Ultimately, it took time. If we wanted to get, some of those animations in Zoo were really big for the screen, and especially pushed the engine at that time. And just drawing putt-putt or the lines, I remember them, the cub climbing up the waterfall. Basically, that scene just killed it because it was fairly complicated size-wise, and we had to do away with certain things. Like almost all of the optimizations were about turning off features.
Right.
It's like, don't Z clip, don't try to change your colors, don't it would turn off whichever feature wasn't needed to get that particular graphic to go to the screen as fast as possible.
Right.
And so it was a combination of things. The controlling the user's navigation of the environment, we didn't have to do the clipping anymore because we hand drew the enters and exits for everything. And I think that really was cool in a lot of different ways. I mean, very good for children because you don't have them getting stuck in the environment or having frustration about moving around from location to location. It really made a lot of sense to go that direction. So we just stopped using it as it became no longer a benefit. That's the reason why Z-planes went away.
Now, speaking about optimizations for the games, between Freddy Fish and Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo, it is pretty much known in the fandom that, well, now it's known that Freddy Fish was meant to be a DOS game until Windows came out. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a lot of scrambling behind the scenes to have the engine work in 640 by 480. And that game, Freddy Fish, the way they handled the cutscenes was they switched to a different room to actually handle the cutscene versus Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo using a new file, the Wiz files. Can you talk to us like how those optimizations came to be, when they thought about, and like in early versions of Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo, were they still using technology like switching to another room to actually handle those cutscenes?
It varied. Yeah, it varied. That's the only real answer there, because each project kind of had their own vibe on how they were going to do things. I mean, some project leads, like Tammy's project lead style, is different than Brett's, etc. So there's just different production philosophies behind the scenes that dictated the differences. Because this is the way Tammy wants it done. That's why we're doing it. This is the way Brett wants it done. So we're doing it that way. And a lot of the stuff that we did, we didn't necessarily have firm processes at the first start of things. Like with the first hand-drawn one we did was Freddy, and we were all over the board on model sheets. So we just drawing that many frames of animation was difficult for us, and managing to scan them in and get them inked and painted and all of that stuff. Just so a lot of what you see in changed between Freddy Fish and Zoo was just us getting better at knowing what we were doing.
Right.
It's like, oh, we don't have to do that. Just clip it out, or leave this thing. Zoo actually did a lot more timing of audio than we had previously done. We were really pretty loosey-goosey with the game's audio before Zoo, but Zoo really wanted to do lip syncing and wanted to, have the Topiary Creature song actually play like it's expected to play. That brought with it, lots of like, oh, well, we don't have audio timing like that. It's like, well, what are you thinking?
Right.
We can't do that. It's like, all right, well, you want to do it. All right, well, let's make it happen.
Would you say Putt-Putt Saves a Zoo, with their audio timing, was precursor to, and actually not just precursor, a lot of the technology that was written for it started leading into timings for like actual lip syncing, which I believe came out in Pajama Sam 1. Was a lot of that stuff reused for lip syncing there, or was it started from the ground up again?
It was reused. During doing lip syncing, it wasn't, I will not say it's easy today. We have tools that can calculate the right mouth position based on the actual audio waveform and whatnot. We used to have to actually enter that stuff manually. So we had this tool called Bang, which would load up your audio file, and some person would have to go in and set the mouth positions for each of these pieces of sound.
Right.
Had to be tokenized, if you will. So it's like, when this is the mouth position for O, E, and whatever vowel, this is for L, M, etc. Those all had to be annotated in there perfectly, and that was cumbersome.
Yeah.
So we didn't do it as well at first. I believe we tried to do it with Zoo, but at some point we changed the way the condition bits worked, which made the talking stop functioning. At some point, I think it's really bad in iOS version of Zoo. I think I punted on the getting it to flip the bits to be right. Most of the things were almost always defined by what we could do at the time, and we were just not struggling to build it. I mean, that was what we occupied ourselves with building it. So it's like, didn't really have best processes until probably, I don't know if we ever had best processes. I mean, we got more proficient at it.
Right. Well, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool to hear how translative everything has gotten, and all the optimizations and what was used back then was able to be used in newer things as well as shortcuts. But let's take a pause here for a second about talking about Scum and Sputum, because we're looking back at Humongous's lineup, and they definitely had an immersive world of characters. Which character was your favorite?
I think Pajama Sam's world is the most interesting.
Yeah.
The game I'm most proud of is Moonbase, just because it used every bell and whistle that we had. And I think Zoo was really when we came into understanding what we were building. It was a good step forward.
Yeah.
The world was neat. It was very controlled, and the little hub architecture, if you will, for going to place, we kind of codified it there, and it just worked.
Yeah. Since you brought up Moonbase there for a quick second there, would you definitely say that out of all the franchises, Moonbase was the one that asked the most out of Sputum?
Yeah, it was the one that it was, much more visually. It ran at 30 frames a second versus 10 frames a second. That right there, that's a lot of lot of difference, between that. It's a lot more data being pushed every, frame.
Right.
And
more often.
Sputum handled what frames differently than a lot of other engines back then. If I'm not mistaken, it was Jiffy's, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we used a leftover from the Commodore 64 had a Piffy counter, or Jiffy counter.
Yeah.
And we brought that with us because that's what the timing was. That's what the low level timing was set on those.
Yeah.
No, we were frame based,
Yeah.
and most people were frame based. There wasn't a lot of really cool, variable frame rate things going on until we got hardware that was, capable of doing it. We never really did variable frame rate. Even Moonbase, even though it does run at 10 frames and 20 frames and 30 frames a second, it's actually internally running the game 30 frames a second, even when it's displaying 10 frames a second. You know, so that was to get the motion and everything synced up. We didn't didn't adapt to what the frame rate was.
Right.
We always we were assuming that you were going to hit 30 frames a second, and with that. So if you got stutters in the performance of something like your IM pushes a message and tells it to redraw the screen, and at some point then we have to pause and redraw the screen.
Yeah.
And we might miss a frame that way, but then it would compensate and lag for those frames.
And the way Sputum handled drawing things, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, did it do all the logic first and then drew to the screen? Is that how it worked?
It was a combination.
Okay.
It really some things drew immediately into the buffers, some things didn't, and it really varied on how performance-wise what we were doing. Like we cheated a lot. We'd throw something into the background and stamp it down as an actor and then draw only the lips or something over the top of it. And those sort of things, they were hacks for the most part. It did queue up things. So there would be certain types of things that it couldn't do while it's running. It couldn't mess with the sound cue. It had to be queued up, so all of the sound triggers inside the animations would be triggered from the scripts and then from the costumes, and then those two cues would be merged together and based on priorities, like one sound versus another sound, etc. I don't know. We didn't have consistency on all of that stuff. It was whatever got it to work is usually how it ended up.
Fair enough.
And as the systems got faster, we could do more elaborate things like the stomach churning animation in that PJ scene, push the draws in a different direction than we were normally doing.
Yeah, that was really cool. My first time playing Pajama Sam 3 and seeing that, I'm like, whoa, this is cool. So that's really, really cool. And speaking about that cool stuff that was developed for these games that weren't normally in every singular adventure game, did anyone at the Scum level when they were working on the rooms ever had to learn more traditional high-level programming when it came to those more difficult things, especially like in Putt-putt Enters Race when the actual race was happening? That wasn't a part of Scum at the time. Like, what was that like?
Yeah, when we did baseball, a lot of the limitations of Scum's math system, or lack of math system, I should say, it became apparent. We didn't have floating point numbers, so we did everything by multiplying by 1024 and then dividing it by 1024 to hide off the round out errors and stuff like that. But when doing physics and the limited amount of 3D calculations in the environments that you were, it just wasn't possible to do that in the Scum language. So we actually set up a way for the game scripters to write C code dispatched into that C code to do more finesse calculations. And we used that in race to get the projection and all of that done.
Yeah.
It probably could have been done in Scum completely at that point. It just would have been really painful.
Yeah.
Make it simpler on them. And once baseball kind of stepped into that, like, oh, we can augment the engine via C++, and that was when we started doing things, like AI out there in C and network communications. And other, like Moonbase actually hijacked the DLL that is controlling Moonbase, actually hijacks the rendering system. And, so normally sprites were built on images.
Right.
Yeah. Same communication thing, but sprites were basically just queued up image commands.
Right.
At one point, that's literally what they were. We didn't have syntax for it in the language. It was kludge, like 1942 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I wrote scripts that said sprite, position, image, all of these things, and they would write to this API while we were still building syntax, and eventually we got native sprites and whatnot. But yeah, no, Moonbase hijacked all of that, which was kind of cool.
So these were all like sort of, and lack of better words here, they're like sort of writing plugins for the Scum language then.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Cool. The way the U32 worked, we called it a user extension 32 because it's 32 bits. That should have helped things out more. At one point, we had kind of a syntactically similar API for the C++ use in the U32s that matched the Scum syntax a lot closer. So, matter of fact, I had a compiler at one point that it would take the Scum code as it was being compiled and kick out almost C++ code out of the Scum code.
Whoa.
And so it was, since it was, spaces were significant in Scum code, and in C++ we didn't have spaces, but we had parentheses and dots to separate out the different actions and whatnot. But you still had a similar type of way of accessing the actors and the sprites and the images from the C code that was familiar to the Scum programmers. And as we Scum didn't have data structures.
Okay.
It had arrays.
Okay.
So everything had to be kind of built into, you remember that, the not actor, but whatever logic thing, its X position is in slot 2, and its Y position is in slot 3, and whatnot. So we simulated structures by using defines, and instead of a dot, it would be, a bracket, like you're subscripting a variable. But we made changes to the indexes.
Yeah.
So that you couldn't accidentally ask for array position 2. You could actually set it so it was asking for like array 10 through 20.
Oh.
Okay. So if you accidentally passed the wrong variable set in there, it would basically flag an error, even though it didn't have the. It happened at runtime, not syntactically, but at least it gave you some protection. So we did data structures via flat arrays and used indexes with different positions so that you wouldn't have overlap. Like if you used the wrong variable, it would at least be a Scum error. Yeah. Because you indexed out of range, and you're like, oh, I used the X variable for this, and it isn't there, and that. Yeah. So we kind of faked up data structures.
That's really cool. Well, so some of these, I want to talk a little bit about things that never
really made it to the public domain with Humongous. And some of those things, since we're talking about the plugins that Sputum had for it, there was some projects, the D3D demos. How come things like 3D did not make it into games, but Aliens Ate My Cookies were pre-rendered 3D models? How long were things like this being worked on, but why would they decided not to be put in?
Well, with the 3D extensions, it was really a limited subset of the graphic system. Like, you didn't get actors in 3D. The only thing that I accelerated in 3D was the image pipeline. That basically meant if you wanted to use sprites or images directly, you could write your game, but you couldn't get actors involved in it because they just had a totally different pipeline. So really it became down to, it was a neat tech demo that I said, hey, wouldn't it be fun if, but nobody really like, oh no, we need the actors.
Yeah.
Sprites are great. Sprites eventually got cool features like the condition bits that the actors had, but that wasn't built in. I didn't have a lot of overlap. And my idea with the way I built things layering off of the image system to build the sprite system was with that. And eventually I wanted to get the actors' limbs to use sprites. So everything would be funneled through that one exact way of doing things and you could get hardware acceleration with the images because it built things into these queues that would get processed later. And the animation system was far more elaborate than that. So it would have been hardware accelerated had we spent a little bit more time.
Yeah.
And nobody ever played with it. I don't think anybody did anything except for launched it and go, oh, hey, look, it's spinning.
Yeah.
Great. Next time we want to make the user dizzy, we'll spin.
Exactly. Yeah, that's very interesting to see that you were pushing for sprites because it's interesting because especially in the last Freddy Fish game, there seemed to be a lot less of actors and a lot less of things that what Scum was known for. And now we're seeing a lot more sprites. We're seeing a lot more whiz files. We're seeing a lot more of those things. So it's interesting that you kind of wanted to take actors in that same route, but they kind of just never made it to that point, huh?
Right. It really kind of, once we got something that was functioning and it was working within our process, we didn't over-engineer it. We didn't go back and just readdress things that we already considered a solved problem.
Right.
But yeah, as we started getting into things where like actual 3D hardware rather than writing everything into a frame buffer like we always had done, we had to the same way of compositing things in 3D hardware. Just not I'll put that 3D Direct 3D had really liked powers of 2. When we were experimenting with it, and we had absolutely no limitations on us art-wise for a particular size. We didn't pad things to powers of 2. We just basically had as many layers as you wanted, as many limbs as you wanted. Well, maybe not as many, 16 limbs, infinity. Infinity limbs, 16. 64 actors. Nobody needs more than that. Once we got things going, things would not change if we didn't have to.
Right.
And the games reflected that as people got sprites and got more comfortable with them. Like I believe Jam and Sam didn't have sprites. I believe Spy Fox was the first to have sprites, and that was in a weird you still used the API that was Scum code wrapping around kludges to get the sprite commands in there. And at some point, we switched over to actually having commands for that. That was when I learned Yak and Lex syntax. Before those, my compiler experience was, looking over Ron's shoulder, if you will, and like, oh, well, that's how it works. All right, I can do that.
Yeah.
So I had enough working examples for me to cobble in, new syntax for things.
Right.
And you can kind of see it structurally. You can see all the things that I worked on almost followed the way the actor system worked with syntactically. Images worked a certain way, and sprites worked very, very similarly, because we use sub opcodes rather than full opcodes for things, because at that point we were running out of numbers. We'd already used all of the 0 to 255. So there weren't any free numbers anymore, so we had sub opcodes. There would be the actor opcode and then sub actor opcode of this or that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's very interesting to see how these improvements were made, and when they were actually pushed into the pipeline and actually be more prominent in games. And definitely one thing I want to note before we move on to the next question, especially with the D3D demos, those were definitely something really cool. I really wish the team looked at it a different way, because I never thought Sputum was capable of doing something like that. So to actually see that actually happening was very interesting, because I thought Sputum was limited, but seeing that, I'm like, maybe it's not. So
it was an experiment.
Yeah.
It didn't go further than that. But had it gone, we would have eventually gotten the actors accelerated by making them really be sprites.
Yeah.
And that would have been really, really cool, because the actors' state engine, the way they work internally, was quite complicated and beautiful in its own way, almost like a little language that it worked with in itself for doing the art. And sprites didn't have that. They were just big, dumb, hey, that goes fast.
Yeah.
Or auto animates, it doesn't, play any logic. Then no, it's just going to go to frame 2 after frame 1.
Yeah.
No thoughts involved. It doesn't go ask the costume what it wants to do.
Right.
It just naturally goes to the next frame unless you tell it not to.
Right. So cool. So, let's try to breeze through some of these quick questions here. So, out of all of the things that you worked on in Sputum, was there any quick ones that you could spitball at us that you wish did make it into the engine that actually did not?
Well, I think that the D3D actually was something I wish it would have been introduced, because that would have just been cool to use the horsepower, because we were always CPU bound. Since we actually used the CPU to draw all of the art, when graphic acceleration came around, it had so much bitmap data. There wasn't a lot of video RAM on these things, so we couldn't just upload everything to the video card. So we had to make things cache, like you could only have a certain amount of textures in video RAM at the time. And then at some point they got really smart, and they had virtual memory like management for the textures in D3D, but that of course wasn't in the version that was the lowest common denominator platform. We always tried to target machines that were what we thought the hand-me-down machines were going to be, so the games would run on those hand-me-down machines.
Right.
Although I really wish we had put in like I really wish we had done 32-bit color
Yeah.
rather than 8-bit color. Because realistically, when we made the switch for like Moonbase used 16-bit color rather than 8-bit color, and so did the Blue's Clues adventure games. We used a lot more different paletting type of thing. I really wish we would have moved to the 32-bit buffers much earlier along, because then we would have had graphic fidelity. We could have done alpha blending, which we did some fake blending, if you will, on like the shadows and things like that. But those were all tricks, well, palette tricks, if you will. But if we had had actual colors, an alpha channel, we could have done that. But performance-wise, we were already pushing, almost 5 times as much graphic data as we were before, and then multiplying that by another factor of 4 bytes per pixel rather than 1 byte per pixel just wasn't really doable. Not on the platforms that we were saying we would run on. I mean, there was ridiculously low-end platforms out there, and really terrible video cards that could barely draw windows.
Lord, yes. Hopping on into the next question here. We're gonna talk about the tool Scum VM. What are your thoughts on Scum VM, and how well in your eyes do they achieve at interpreting the games like the original Sputum containers did?
Oh, I think it's amazing. I mean, the fact that they were able to reverse engineer every data structure that designed, if you will. It was a good sign that it was all grokkable and understandable. I mean, clearly a huge amount of effort was spent, disassembling these projects to get those fine details. The fact that they even reverse engineered the cup-file player just blows my mind. I'm like, all right, that had some really bizarre things in there. That LZS compression streams that was very different, than what we had been using, because we were experimenting with that. The fact that anybody was able to get it working at all was amazing, and then get it working with so many variations, because we had absolutely no intention for games to not be recompiled with different versions of Sputum.
Right.
So it's like we built the tools so that you could compile the games again.
Yeah.
I'd have to change syntactically or upgrade the data structure, or not data structure, but file formats and things like that.
Yeah.
But we were always recompiling the games with the latest set of tools.
Yeah.
And that's how we kind of manage that process. Like when we do translations, we would do translations with the latest possible version of the system, so that it would be, enhanced to whatever the latest that we had built to.
Yeah. That's really cool. Yeah, and it's cool you mentioned about the localization. We have a couple of friends in the Humongous fandom that are always on the hunt for localizations, because they're in different versions of Sputum than what their original counterpart was, and there's just like a group of us that just love finding those different versions of the game. It's so cool. Moving into one of the next biggest chapters of Scum at Nimbus Games. Can you tell us how that adventure started out for you?
Oh, sure. Andy Hickey approached me and said, hey, I got the license to do putt-putt. Would you like to help bring it over to iOS? And so that's how that started. It was purely him saying, I got this license here, and Atari is, on board with it and all of that. So after that, I'm like, of course I want to be, involved in it. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I'd love to reboot these. Because it had been about 10 years at that point since anything new had come out.
Right.
Not that, rebuilding the games was something new coming out, but it did represent the option of us doing more with the Humongous brand than we previously did. Really wish we had put them on Steam first rather than going to iOS. That would have been far smarter.
Yeah.
But we thought that the handheld devices and the iPad and all of that was like the perfect vehicle for those games.
Yes.
And it, I think it was a really good platform. We may have been smarter to go with Steam first.
Yeah.
It would have been far easier to get the Windows versions running again. The Windows versions worked up until they removed the 16-bit startup app functioning, and that's the only thing that prevents the games from running is that 16, the thing that basically we left in there, because it used to be when wheel mouses first came out, the little wheelie mouse from Microsoft, their driver would crash.
What?
It would crash silently in the background. Something that we were doing to the cursors would cause that driver to crash, and it would lock Sputum in memory, so Sputum never would quit. However, we found if we made a 16-bit app and that would crash, it would crash silently, but the 16-bit app or 16-bit app would be what was stuck in RAM rather than Sputum. So we just wrapped it in the 16-bit app, which would had a double thing. It's like if you didn't have 32-bit Windows, it would offer to install a 32-bit version of Windows, for you, and all of that. And we just left that in there for the longest time because it worked, for forever. And I think we shipped with Win32s up until probably far longer than we should have.
So does that explain the .w32 file in some of the games?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The .w32 is what's really running when you start the game. The exe was really just a thin wrapper around the box art that would show up when you did autoplay, and it would make sure that the computer had 32-bit operating system and would install it if you didn't.
Okay. Pretty cool. Regarding the release of Putt-Putt Saves a Zoo for iOS, what was the time span of Andy reaching out to you and then actually getting a playable version on iOS?
Well, it was pretty short turnaround. I actually had it up and running probably in a couple weeks.
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't have the correct palette or anything like that, but it was Putt-Putt was absolutely there on the screen, in his garish, not the proper palette. But yeah, no, that happened really fast.
Yeah.
Probably a couple weeks before I had it up and actually just displaying stuff, and that was really just the proof of concept. The way Marmalade worked was a lot. We did that as our porting layer because it would reach more than one app store. We could do Android, iOS, and Palm OS at the same time. Not that Palm OS ever actually did anything, but they had the ability if it would have done that. So we ported it to Marmalade. Then Marmalade gets all of these mobile devices for us. So that was the option that we took rather than doing it straight to iOS or straight to Android itself.
So was Marmalade was like the wrapper for Sputum compared to how it was like back then when Sputum was actually like interpreted on each target. Marmalade was kind of like the middleman between iOS and Sputum.
Yes.
Okay.
We talked to it as well. It was really just a wrapper around OpenGL and an audio API. That's really what they provided for us. So we got all the platforms they supported if we ported to their little virtual platform, if you will. So it was a layer on a layer. Yeah, no, it was OpenGL internally.
What was the decisions you were going through to actually using Marmalade versus using Scum VM? Did you at times looked at Scum VM to be like, hey, maybe we should go this way, Andy? What was the reasoning behind doing Marmalade versus Scum VM, like what's on the app stores now?
Well, Tari and Majestic Software kind of shat in the bed of Scum VM.
Okay.
With the Wii ports
Yes.
that they did, and that is a huge mistake. So I didn't want anything to do with that. And since I had fairly intimate knowledge of what the system entailed,
Yes.
It was easy for me to port because
Yes.
I had done it a couple times at that point. So it was smarter for us to do that to avoid any possible GPL violations and things like that.
Yes.
That was the reason. Also, we could customize the software. Like we made versions of the games that had unlockables.
Yes.
So that involved going through and editing the scripts so that like you could save like one animal in putt-putt saves the zoo, and then we would unlock all the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And so we really wanted to be able to make the games specialized for the iOS and those devices. Like there's a couple special things we did. Not that everybody likes it, like playing Happy Fun Sub is ridiculously hard with the tilt controls, even though I spent a lot of time getting that to work.
I loved it.
Getting it to integrate into Scum was kind of cool. And then one of the Freddy games had a musical organ that in the iOS thing, it was too small for you to see. So we actually implemented a little zoom in specifically for that. Something that was a one-off just for Freddy on the iOS.
I do remember that now. Yeah.
You could play with the organ there.
Yeah, and that's really cool to see that. That's the reason why you guys went with doing it like this, because probably without doing this, those things would have never existed. And that's really cool. Because other things came out of that, like being able to create menus for the game. And this is actually one of the questions I want to ask you about. Why, when the first batch of games came out, the menus were created in Scum, but then later switched over to HTML? What was the reasoning behind that?
Oh, it turned out me making all the edits and using all the old tools. Naturally, I thought I'll make the menu in Scum. We've got the tools. We're already making the games. Why not just use this? And after I did the first one in Scum, I think the first actually 3, used those horrible cobbled together versions of half of it was in Marmalade and half of it was in Scum. And none of it was integrated very well. So after failure of Splat and the other tools to basically be usable, Whoops also didn't run, so I couldn't define objects or change objects. So I did all of those things by manually editing the files. So I didn't want to do that for all of the games.
Yeah.
And then so we decided to go with HTML because when you hit the pause button, we had to bring up different interfaces for the different app stores and whatnot, and we were already wanting to put in kind of banner ads, if you will, but banner ads for our own product up there, and we wanted to be able to change those live. And that involved basically making a little web browser for it. And since we already had the little web browser for it, it made sense to do the text overlays in HTML, and it went better that way. For us. It was easier to work in. HTML was easier to work in than Scum at that point. Way easier.
Yeah. Was so one of the things that people actually don't know about is Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo was released for Windows through Big Fish Games, and that did include things like the HTML menu. The new things that you added specifically, I guess specifically for Marmalade, and if I'm not mistaken, was Eric also brought back on the team for doing the Windows build? But was any of that stuff hard to bring over to the Windows build that was made in Marmalade?
I kept all this code as minimal changes as I could, and I wrapped everything I did in pound if defs with my initials everywhere throughout the code, for changes. And then Eric was able to just go in and if out anything and see that he changed this or changed that, and he was able to merge it in just fine. Yeah, I really wish we had done the PC versions first. It's been so much smarter.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad the experience was there because it definitely reignited the Humongous franchise for a lot of people. And I know a lot of people who have families now. A lot of their kids are playing on iOS, so it definitely, or we're playing on mobile. So I'm definitely glad the experience was able to be there, because a lot of these parents who may have grew up with them when they were kids are now, their kids are on their mobile phones and they're playing Putt-Putt Saves the Zoo. They're enjoying the exact same game that they did when they were younger. So I think it was a cool experience.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool.
One last question I want to quickly ask about Marmalade here. When you were writing it, doing the iOS builds, did anything from the Mac versions of Sputum help you out in using those APIs for iOS, or was it just let's learn how Marmalade does it?
It was basically let's do the minimum amount of things necessary to make it work on Marmalade.
Okay.
That was basically my goal was to get the things ported. The game archives were in a terrible state. They still are, from what I understand. The source, getting the source materials was difficult, and getting them to recompile was a challenge to get tools that hadn't been run in 10 years to run again. And it was definitely a worthwhile experience. I really wish it had been more successful for us. I wish Tomo the best of luck and their ownership of it and all that. Really wish it had been me owning it rather than them. But hey,
Yeah. I get it. I do.
That's a tale for a different time.
Random out of the blue question here, because the original Scum menus, you mentioned that they were a lot of work done in Marmalade to get them to work. So a lot of the things, because all their assets are in Scum, but would you say a lot of their functionality is in Marmalade? So like once you reach the menu, is the only thing Scum handling at that point is just the assets?
Yes, it was all being driven by these weird events that Marmalade had to respond to like unlock the App Store. You had to kind of like initiate a request, and you had to wait for responses and all kinds of weird handshaking that had to happen and all that stuff, rather than trying to squeeze that into Scum. It just really was easier to do it in the code. And matter of fact, it is such a hack. It's like the way the overlays and the arrows, actually those arrows that show up like for skip, and the arrows on the going between rooms, which were new for the iOS stuff, those are just absolute hack on hack. Just gross. I mean, I would hate to be judged on that code. But
I was curious on how those worked, because they appeared, and like I was curious, were they actually like pulling the cursor sprites? Like, how did those work?
They I hacked the system verb scanning script to basically tell which object was over, and if it had a door arrow thing, then I would throw up not sprites. They were actually rendered in the graphic blit routine. It sat between the engine and that. So it was really this makeshift, horrible display system that handled the zoom and handling the screen rotation. Believe it or not, being able to rotate the screen at any moment and having your software respond to that, getting that all correct, because sometimes the input would be upside down, the graphics would be upside down, the input right, and then of course on iOS there was 2 different volumes. There was like a weird app volume and then a ringer volume, and certain sound effects on the system, you could turn up your volume. I can hear all of the user UI clicks in the menus and things like that, but I can't hear any sound. And having 2 different audio outputs really screwed that up. But that's why the menu system and graphic overlays are a little less polished than they could have been.
Yeah. Well, that's super cool. I bet with everything that we talked about with audio already, I bet that was an interesting setup trying to get audio to properly function on iOS, especially with how audio worked and looping and how much care had to be taken into it when it was originally made. Was that a hassle bringing it back into a new system?
It was a hassle. The audio system, like we had discussed earlier, was always a bit of a misery, and the Marmalade version of the mixer was no different. The only thing that actually changed between that and I really wish we had had this in the original engine, we used a ADPCM variation in the iOS versions, and we were able to drop the sample size down to 4 bits a sample, and it still sounded fairly like the original. There were a couple places where it was very clear that we truncated some bits, but and overall it dropped the size by half.
Yeah,
we were able to take those CD products and get them down under 150 megs, which was kind of cool.
So this was a question for a little bit earlier in the questionnaire here, but I feel like now this is a good time to ask it. With every advancement Sputum and Scum has made, if you were to rebuild Putt-putt Joins the Parade inside of the last version that had the advancements made to it, would it compile?
Absolutely not. I would. It would fail because the way the IFO files that we had changed radically between it. We did hack Windows versions of Putt-putt and Fatty Bear, I believe. We did Fatty Bear too, and maybe the activity packs too. Now that I'm thinking about it, but yeah, no, those in its original state, it would not compile. Each variation after after the 3DO, things got way more messy. It used to be that we had a kind of a schedule that was inversed from each other. The system group had a ship date of the beginning of the project, and the ship date for the project was at the end, where we were basically just fixing things, not adding to the engine. And when we went to 3DO, we got in a lockstep. Like the games that were going out were being made at the same time the engine was being made.
Yeah,
that continued. We never got off of that sync. It took us a couple years to get it to where one version of the engine was used for like 3 or 4 games at a time, at a max. And then we would add something that would basically break the system in some way. Luckily and unluckily for them, but our translation group basically bore the brunt of those random changes and whims, but they did a fantastic job at it. We had a really good translation team. the products, not quite as good as what Lucas had.
Yeah.
But very similar process. I mean, we hired good translators who fit the style very well.
Well, to wrap up every bit of questions that I had for you before we move into the fan ones, we already kind of talked about it with the audio here, but from the last version that you worked on in 2013 of Sputum, what do you wish you had more time to improve on, change, or just drastically add to Sputum?
Well, I would higher quality audio across the board for all of these products. I wish we had higher quality source assets to reprocess. That would have been really, really cool. Knowing that we didn't have that, we didn't have the data at all. I really wanted to add an anti-aliasing type of option, like an upscaler to the games. And I kind of cheesed out and let whichever game on whatever phone run in whatever aspect ratio, no matter how crazy. Decided that was better than having empty space on the sides that we couldn't predict.
Yeah.
So just stretching it to the full display. I would have liked to have handled that better. Like, it would have been kind of cool to have side holders, if you will, like since it has to be letterboxed or vertically letterboxed because the aspect ratio, we could have put some really nifty graphics in there, maybe the pause menu like they did with the Switch, stuff like that. Make things where the person holding the device wouldn't have to accidentally hit a leave the room because their fat fingers were holding the device as well. That would have been cool. And then I did some experiments with FXAA, which was a anti-aliasing shader, and it looked fabulous. I actually would I wouldn't be surprised if they already have it inside Scum VM. I haven't dug around in there, but just throwing that over the original art does a pretty good job of removing some of those jaggies.
Yeah.
It's not as good as having anti-alias, lines. And by the way, your HD version remake looks great.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I think that's fabulous. I wish we could have had all smooth lines like that everywhere. That would be great.
Yeah. Oh.
Let's see.
Super cool. Yeah. Any other improvements that you wish you could have, and even if you got the chance to do in the latest version, any other ones that you could think of?
Well, better menus, the help system, I would have liked to elaborate on that whole process, because I think that we could have integrated that into the product where the help was context sensitive, and when you were in a room, it could bring up context specific help for that. That would have been really cool. And things that we had so much more processing power and RAM on. Right now it's like we have like infinity in comparison to what we had back in the day.
8 megabytes.
Yeah, exactly. Squeeze it all at 8 megabytes and the operating system too. No, that's I think minimal changes. I would have liked to have done more of the upsell. Not that I wanted to, we needed to sell products because that's how you stay in business. Yes. But having a demo of the game that allowed you to play up to a stopping point, I think we did really well at chopping off Putt Zoo. We got enough gameplay, but they could, get a sense of the game and then unlock it. And the Pajama Sam one we did also, I think it locked off parts of the game in a really good way. I wish we'd have had more of that. There's people downloading these big games got kind of used to free stuff, and the not knowing what you're getting. I think even though it was like $4 a product, I think that's what we sold it, like $3.99 or some ridiculous price. The upsell, I think, would have been just great to have everywhere, and all of the products just be done that way, rather than having 2 separate versions. Music, that would be, we could easily replace that.
Yes. A lot of people were. I don't know which era it was from. I don't know if it was from the Nimbus Games era or if it was from the Tomo era, but there was, for a while now, people were like, oh yeah, they're going to use the HD music for it. I'm like, what? Where's this coming from? But maybe someday. Maybe someday. I know Scum VM now will... Me and my friend did sound overrides for it, so you can actually play the game with the high-definition music that still exists now. And I think Tom McGurk is working on getting some of his release, so I think we're going to see more of that in the future of these games with the soundtracks that they were originally created with.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
I loved it. I love to see it. Any fidelity improvement that makes it more current. I mean, there's a charm to the way the games look. I mean, as far as pixel art goes, I think it's wonderful. And we got more pixel art in our games than most people did at the time. Which I think was cool.
Yeah.
But smooth lines would have been even cooler. No doubt.
The one interesting about pixel art is technically it is HD because it can upscale pretty well. It's just you're going to see those little tiny pixels just bigger now.
Yeah, all of the sins are exposed when you see something 4 times bigger.
Yes. One more random question that I did just think about, because we were talking about Scum VM for a little bit. Has there been any secret little improvements that you made on Scum VM without them knowing about it?
No, I have stayed away from Scum VM's source or making any changes because I didn't want to embroil thing that I might have covered under NDA and past licenses and stuff like that. I would hate to basically muddy that water.
Right.
It's a wonderful community, and tremendous effort has been put there, but I wouldn't know where to begin to make the changes. First of all, I mean, I look over the code every once in a while because I'm always curious to how something's done, but I don't know how I would manage that minefield, if you will.
Yeah. Well, it's almost time to wrap this up. Let's jump into a few fan questions here. The first one being, what is the best part of working on the Scum engine, either at LucasArts or Humongous, and any favorite games from these 2 companies?
Yes. What was the most fun? Working on the animation systems was the most fun. It was eye-opening seeing what they already had when I started. I liked some of the aspects of trying to get things to be small on disk and fast to display. I liked that that's a type of puzzle that I enjoy. And the engine had lots of areas to employ those type of puzzles. So that was fun.
Yeah.
And as far as favorite games, Monkey Island, since it was my very first project that I had worked on, I think that is the coolest. And it's also got the most name recognition. I mean, I have all the games. It definitely has lasted the tell of time many times over. Visually, I think Day of the Tentacle out of the LucasArts stuff might be my favorite visually. I think it's just cartoony and animated in just the right way. I like it. Sam and Max, also same type. Some unbelievably good pixel art when you look at it. Just considering it's 320 by 200, it's a really screwy aspect ratio to have to draw in. The art is just primo. It looks good. As far as Humongous's products, I think Zoo might be my overall favorite. Pajama 1 also, I really liked a lot of aspects of that.
Yes.
I like the world of Pajama Sam, and the animation of the minecart stuff is just so over the top, and it's in such a small amount of the game, but it is just so well done. Just amazing animation.
Yeah.
I don't know if people appreciated it,
Yeah.
but it's really, really cool, exaggerated animation.
Oh yeah.
It just looks great. And then of course Moonbase, since it used all the features and then some.
Yes. Moonbase still is an amazing, amazing game. I love playing that. It still amazes me how many features it uses from the engine. So cool. But wow. All right. Wasn't Scum partly owned by LucasArts? Why was Humongous allowed to use it in their games, and what were the terms? I know we talked about it a little bit earlier, but just talk about their question a little bit more.
Well, the terms, I'm not entirely sure of all the terms of the agreement, because at some point there was a little snag between the two companies, which I actually have no idea what it was. Beyond my pay grade, and I didn't need to care. I knew I was safe either way. If Humongous went away, I'd go back to LucasArts if they'd have me. So that was that. The terms, Ron and I represented a bulk of the tools. It's just like the compiler, the art tools, the engine. Ron's half of the engine, and so there was probably about 4 or 5 people in the team at that point when we decided to leave, and 2 of the significant contributors were basically taking off. So Ron convinced them that, hey, we can continue to work on this stuff, and you get it all back, so it's like free engineering, and they took that as a good deal exchange. And I think we made good on it, because we shared a lot of technology over the years, and definitely they got a lot of good stuff out of our engagements, like some of the things that we did to compress and get putt-putt to fit on floppy disks like it did with voice. Most of that stuff was stored in, audio was where almost the entire game is data set is all audio.
Yeah.
And so that meant all the graphics had to get smaller, and we did some really cool graphic tricks to do that. And I don't know if LucasArts knew that some of the finer points of getting the art optimization in there.
Yeah.
They probably could have squeezed, one more disc out of Day of the Tentacle if it would have shipped on floppy, if they'd used some of the techniques that we were using.
Yeah.
Like we had a tool called, actually it was a pair of tools. It was called You Sweat and You Smell. The You Sweat was designed to take Deluxe Paint animator files and do your scripting over the top of a Deluxe Paint animator. So all of the art tools that the artists were using were there and present in the tool, and then you would just load your DPaint animator file into USweat and mark it with the tokens like start here, this is that animation, this is this limb, etc. And then USmell would compress that. Mm-hmm. And during the development of USmell, Ron and I, and Brett Barrett, actually, probably more so Brett Barrett than anybody, because he was our kind of like costume crunchifier, if you will. The art, if we needed to squeeze something out, nobody did it better than Brett. Just good planning, knowledge of the tools and just creativity. But so we took a lot of the things that Brett would be doing to optimize out pieces of art that could be stamped into the background or not, and we moved that logic into USweat, or USmell specifically, and it allowed us to build what we called component pages. So we would end the animation with things that we knew we wanted to chop up. It would just take these pieces of art and have them chopped up already, mm-hmm. and then the compressor would go through and see if any of the chopped up pieces would be matchable inside of the original art, and then it would uncomposite that. So it's like, for instance, the tire scene, and when he blows his tires off, the tires bounce over. Animating that and getting those tires all being the same component when you could, obviously the tire bounces and whatnot. That was all done the Deluxe Paint animator file, which is just a single layer. So, and we didn't have the space to, have, that was a significant portion of the screen animating at the time, even though it was just a little tire, but you had the fuel pump and the car body and the tires bouncing off and a lot of it animating stuff. But those tires could easily be found and located. And so we would just search for, you'd put tires in the component page, and then it would go and find any use of that same exact tire and just automatically create a layer for you. And then it would do this recursively. So as it started pulling art apart, it would find other parts to composite. Like, let's say you had something that passed in front of putt-putt and occluded a portion. If that thing was going to be occluded by something else, it would put a putt-putt that doesn't make any sense because it knows a layer on top of it is going to occlude it, and it would just basically take these things apart. And that was just a cool one.
Yeah.
I think that was cool stuff.
Yeah, I love animation and I love art myself. So this is really cool to see how these tools handle everything and just know how to use space and RAM properly instead of just like, well, here's some art, let's display it, and hopefully have enough space and RAM to display it. So that's really cool. Which Humongous game release required the biggest overhaul to Scum, and why was that necessary to do for that release?
Freddy Fish was the biggest change for us. I don't know. Might have been the biggest change in the system because everything changed. We went high res and Windows at the same time.
Yeah.
So that was by far the most effort. We also didn't change the ship date. We originally started the game in 320 by 200. The game was probably more than halfway complete when we basically decided that we needed to change and make it high res. That was our first change, which was high res. It was clear, we needed to do that. And then we went that extra step, which was high res and in Windows.
Yeah.
And that required tool set changes. The high res tools got flaky when we were combining it with Windows and Alt Tab and things that were part of the process, which led us into building new versions of tools. Lots of those didn't come about until, like Putt-Zoo, I believe, was the first product to use Whoops, which was the replacement for Phlegm. And it was much more stable. You didn't have to worry about it crashing when you alt-tabbed away from it. And the Windows, we had to basically write a whole new audio mixer. We discussed that. And then, of course, performance-wise, there were just displaying pictures in Windows on some machines was really slow. And so we had to make everything else take as little resources as possible so that final blit displaying the image would happen as fast as it could.
Yeah.
So we did a lot of drawing into the front buffer when we absolutely didn't have any other option. We couldn't draw the background and copy it from the background to the foreground and the foreground to the screen. We tried to keep things moving only in the foreground, and that made things look more efficient than they really were.
All right, and the final fan question I have for you, which will wrap up all of our questions for today, is just a fun little non-Humongous or LucasArts question. But do you think VR and AR will ever reach a point of widespread adoption, or are there too many hundreds
in cost bulk to ever reach that point. Like, do you ever see VR, AR games and such like that going out to the public?
Oh yeah, that's going to happen. AR, I believe in more so than VR because the encompassing headset and being that's a whole different ball of wax. I think having cool little overlays in your world just in general, without having to hold a phone to see them, will be cool. Once there are a pair of glasses that have zero friction for you putting on and taking off, like I see that as changing the world. Probably for the better in the most part. I mean, sure, the advertising horrors that we've seen, those, what it will look like when everything's gamified. I think that one video that probably everybody's seen, the lady on the bus, and everything, she gets hacked and everything that she looks at suddenly changes into unpleasant, features. And that is a reality that we'll eventually have to deal with. But the technology, I can't imagine anything cooler than being able to look down and see a virtual object in your field of view that you can interact with. It changes things. Like there was a Microsoft third-person view of Minecraft that they show the overarching view, and you could see down into it. That clearly is just cool, and the technology will be here. Hell, it already is here. I suspect Apple's glasses will probably be really cool when they come out.
They probably will be. Some say they might announce them this year. Probably not, though, but man. Well, that's super duper cool. I can't wait to see where future takes technology and to see the fun stuff that is coming ahead. Well, Brad, thank you so much for coming on today. We're going to wrap it up here. It's been a pleasure talking with you today. I hope the fans enjoy the Programmer's Digest. I know a lot of people have been asking for this type of interview with you for a while now, so hopefully we were able to answer everyone's questions out there. And before we head out, where can the fans find you and follow any current projects you're working on?
Let's see. Current projects. I think looking on Twitter, the handle I go by is Lard Ratboy, LARDRATBOY. It's an anagram for Brad Tigler.
Ha, that is.
So Twitter / Lard Ratboy. Same for GitHub. I put stuff on GitHub every once in a while. I did a tool that's very similar to Splat after I left Humongous, and that is up there in a runnable form. I didn't put the source up yet because it is just absolutely terrible. Nobody should be subjected to it. I mean, the program still works. Use the program if it pixel art is your thing. It does it okay. Twitter is where I've been using lately for my displaying things and whatnot. But although I think that's going away, if they're going to start charging people $20 a month for verification.
Yep.
I see that going away really quickly.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, we'll be sure to follow you up on Twitter and check you out on GitHub. Well, again, thank you so much for talking with me today. It's been a pleasure.
Absolutely. I enjoyed it very much.
Okay, all right. So, what did we all think? Super cool. Hey, Brad, I wanted to thank you one more time for doing that here with us. And to catch the entirety of all this amazing that we talked about today, it's going to be going up on SoundCloud. And for any Apple nerds out there, TALKIE.File is available on Apple Podcasts. So, it is going to be available there as well. And I have a feeling my microphone is super loud again, but yeah, this was an absolute blast. Thank you a ton, Brad, for coming on. Super duper duper fun. I'm reading the live chat here, and we had an awesome discussion in the chat as well. Some super fun stuff. Follow the things. Yeah. Yeah, the way technology is going, it's, you know, I only see technology being a plus well, as time goes on. You know, one of the things that the live chat was talking about is we quickly mentioned Pep's birthday surprise. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to pull it up, nor I don't know if I'm allowed to, but in the Discord, I'm going to post a picture of Pep's birthday surprise trying the color change feature on putt-putt, so look out for that picture in Discord. It's going to be a really quick one, but I don't think I can even load up the game without Windows 10 or OBS freaking out, so yeah, that'd be something cool to look at. Anyways, so that is pretty much the end of the stream, and you know, I want to thank you all for coming out tonight, or well, really the entire day. I was able to take care of the stuff that I needed to do, but need to go finish it up now. We started this 4 hours ago? Holy moly. That's all I have to say. Entire night here, eh? It was super duper fun. I want to thank everybody for spending their Christmas Eve with me, or if you don't celebrate Christmas Eve, thank you for spending this amazing December 24th with me. It's been, oh my god, it's almost 6 a.m. now. That is no good. Thank you all so much. And Brad, again, thank you so much for coming out, and thank you for sticking around for the entire show. It's been lots of fun, very educational, actually. Yeah, it's been an absolute blast. 8 p.m. We got a 6 a.m., we got 11 p.m., we got an 8 p.m. I am actually 10:58 p.m. right now, not 11 p.m. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you guys so much for stopping by. It's honestly been really, really cool. So again, thank you everybody so much for watching. I'm going to throw up the title card for all the YouTube algorithms here to throw up end cards. So thank you everybody, and enjoy the rest of the night, day, or whatever else is going on. Thanks everybody. Bye.